get this party started. With the Planning Commission come to order, and we'll do a roll call.
Okay, Rodriguez, Swift.
Here.
Green. Fragoso.
Here.
Gonzalez Parber. Here. Chair Newton, Kierline, absent. Chair Newton.
Here. Okay, thank you. And we will go into approving the agenda. Does anybody got any comments or questions? Do we have a motion?
I move to approve the agenda.
I second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous, thanks. The chair shall maintain order at the meetings in accordance with Robert's Rules of Order, and the commission has the responsibility to be a model of respectful behavior in order to encourage community participation and citizen input at commission meetings. The commission and the audience are expected to refrain from using profane language and or ridiculing the character or motive of commission members, staff, or members of the public, and to maintain the standards of tolerance and civility. And are we going to have public comment on non-agenda items before we get into any public hearing items? Even though it's not on the agenda, I'd like to do that and open it up for anybody in the audience, all two of you, if you don't have to because it's a special meeting.
A special meeting, you don't have to, but it's
I'm
fine.
going to do it anyway. If anybody in our audience would like to speak on something that is not on the agenda, please come on up. Hearing none, I will close my unagendized public hearing on non-agenda items and go to public hearing item number 1. And Town Manager Toy and Planning Director Berto are going to give us a presentation.
Okay. Good evening, members of the Planning Commission. And so what I thought we would do is follow the same format as we had for the last two meetings, your meeting on the 20th and your meeting on the 15th, and we'll just kind of go through the categories, summarize where we believe that you're at on certain issues, what's outstanding, hopefully share some of the comments we thought you provided to us, and then you can go from there. So the first slide really was just kind of the back.
Before you start, Garrett.
Oh, sorry.
Before we get into sort of where we left off, I want to poll the commissioners who weren't here a little bit about some of the issues that the rest of us had already talked about, okay? Cool.
Okay, so what we did was, all we did was update the background. In essence, we just added, the council met several times, obviously, to talk about the topic. In the Planning Commission, this will be your third meeting, and that's just reflected on this slide. And then, oh, okay, let's see. There we go. And then these categories, as we indicated, are the categories that the council discussed and the Planning Commission discussed. And so we're following the same format as previous meetings. And so with this, what this represents is based on your last meeting, there were 4 of you and sort of what the majority thought. And it's kind of a confirmation of where we're at. And so under this category, it's called eliminated categories of use. And under that, at your last meeting, the Planning Commission supported the council's direction to eliminate distribution of cannabis products, commercial cannabis cultivation, and cannabis testing laboratories. At that time, the PEC did indicate that it'd like to further discuss micro businesses and manufacturing at this meeting. And so what we've done to help hopefully facilitate that discussion is we provided information in the staff report relating to micro business, which were the regulations, and a memo actually put together by legal counsel, which is information we had previously shared with the council. One thing to keep in mind is the Bureau of Cannabis Control regulates micro business. The California Department of Public Health actually regulates manufacturing. To the staff report, what we did is we attached the fact sheet on manufacturing and a reference where you can find the regs, but the regs are over 100 pages, so we didn't actually attach it to the staff report. Something to keep in mind, and I think the Planning Commission is where the council had indicated it would prefer to eliminate manufacturing, stating it wasn't suitable from the town. And in essence, the best way to summarize that is there's no manufacturing zones in the community, similar to other places, or pretty small. Our commercial districts back up a butt to the residential areas. And so the council thought maybe there's some health and safety concerns. There's some complexity really related to manufacturing. Staff has limited resources. And the thought pattern was that probably wouldn't be a good use to allow in town. Regarding micro business, the council actually had a pretty robust discussion. And really where they came out on micro business, the scale of micro business wouldn't necessarily reflect the term micro business, because the scale can be whatever it can be, as long as it's 3 out of the 4 components required by the state and meets whatever those requirements are. Again, I think the council thought, given the complexity to try to narrow the scale of a business, limited staff resources, that'd be best at this time not to consider micro business. But all that being said, our recommendation to the Planning Commission would be, if you'd like to further explore either one of the topics, then we would suggest that you try to narrow down the scope. For example, micro business, I think the council initially said, well, no cultivation. So that eliminates one category, in which case you're with retail, distribution, and manufacturing. And maybe you might say, well, we like to explore manufacturing from the perspective of labeling and packaging, but nothing else. And so that would help narrow that discussion. Similarly with manufacturing, you could just decide not to do manufacturing, or again, narrow that down. And what we would do is we would recommend continue that discussion to another meeting. So what that would mean is, one recommendation to the Planning Commission is to move forward, is you can move forward with the things that you agree on, and the things you don't agree on, just adopt the council's position, which is, in this case for manufacturing micro business, would be continue the ban while you just let them know you want to further explore it, and you could always come back and make a recommendation to change it. At that time, the council could figure out what it wants to do. So that's our recommendations of how to handle micro business and manufacturing. For the next category, eliminated cannabis temporary events. I think the Planning Commission was supportive of the council's prohibition on that. With regard to continuing to allow commercial medical cannabis retailers, dispensaries, the Planning Commission was supportive of that council direction to continue that. In terms, oops, skipped the slide, sorry. There we go. Okay, in terms of personal medical cultivation, I think in general the PC supported the council's direction, no more than 6 plants, either indoor or outdoor, whether for adult use or medical purposes. I think the Planning Commission was fine using the state definition of mature plant. As clarification, staff wanted to point out state law does allow 6 plants in private residences, so maybe that does address apartments, multifamily units. It sounded like the Planning Commission understood the council, agreed with the council direction that the medical cultivation ordinance would have to be modified, but the Planning Commission indicated you would like to make sure the exceptions to the limit, if the limit were 6 plants, still be continued, because right now we allow exceptions under medical for more than 18 plants outdoors. And some of the things that we still need direction from the Planning Commission on are how to address multifamily units, like should we have outdoor limits, are balconies okay? I think we talked about that it could be somewhat of a moot point because landlords or HOAs may govern what people and whatever a condo owner can do on their property, or a landlord may not allow or could allow such uses. And one of the things I think for the Planning Commission agreed, we should keep the town code currently for outdoor standards that are established for medical cultivation. That could just be applied to all types of outdoor cultivation. For 5, it was consensus to continue to allow cannabis deliveries in town, and that mainly means right now we're probably having deliveries obviously from outside the community, and we would continue to allow that. Really the crux of the discussion for the Planning Commission, and something also the council struggles with, is what would you like to allow? There's consensus you would like to allow some form of non-medical cannabis retail and set some type of limit. It wasn't clear, although on November 15th, for those of the planning commissioners that did speak, it was somewhere between 1 to 3 businesses total, some combination of medical, recreational, delivery only, some combination. What we had reported at the last meeting was the council was of the same thought pattern, somewhere between 1 to 3 with a certain mix or combination, but they were really looking for some recommendations from the Planning Commission. And then what we reported is that maybe if you consider different factors, that perhaps that would allow you to narrow down your scope of discussion and settle on some number. Factors we talked about were impacts on youth, maybe you want to consider offered standards, maybe take into account traffic or traffic studies, or where it can be, like say Sir Francis Drake only. Parking, do you want to establish on-site parking requirements? Again, that limits the number of properties. Some type of combination of medical and non-medical. Currently, town code allows 3 medical. So whatever you came up with should be whatever the maximum total should be theoretically, and then obviously we would make changes accordingly. And then the difficulty with that is once you decide, it's probably a combination type discussion of once you figure out how many you think you want, it could be influenced like where would these be allowed. And in general, we recall from your meeting on the 20th and your meeting just a couple of weeks ago that most of the PC supported maintaining its state buffer zone, but maybe with some exceptions. I think someone had mentioned, well, for a location, maybe it should be CH only or Sir Francis Drake only. So there's some things there that the Planning Commission needs to kind of go through, and it could be, depending, it's difficult to say that maybe you decide where they would be would actually limit the number or vice versa, but it's kind of this discussion of both things at the same time. And then, and then this is just, this is the original buffer map we showed that did not include Deer Park Villa. And then at the request of the Planning Commission, we created a map that shows the buffer zone with Deer Park Villa. And you can see Deer Park's just right down here. And then the other CL zone's up there. And this basically is between Pastoria and Pacheco on Center and Sir Francis Drake. And then the next map just shows all the commercial areas. And then what we did was we created a map that would show all the commercial areas plus Deer Park, but we apologize, we didn't have time to take the color off. It should be yellow, not red, for Deer Park Villa. And then one of the things I don't believe the Planning Commission discussed in great detail your last meeting, but previously we talked about to the extent to use existing cannabis standards. I think the thought pattern in PC supported the general concept like the council to use existing standards if possible, acknowledge that there would be modifications related to state law and if you had non-medical retailers. But in essence, what we're recommending is whatever we do, we simplify the town code. And by simplification, really what we meant is that to the extent there are state standards governing something like security or how you do deliveries, that we rely on that as opposed to coming up with our own standards. And really what we're recommending is the Planning Commission really focus on those local circumstances not covered by state standards. So things like formula businesses and parking. One thing we didn't get into too much detail last meeting too was the issue of requiring use permits for applications. Thought pattern here is that a use permit runs with the property. If you adopted some type of business permit, it would run with the business, and so that would expire if the business closes or is sold. A use permit, on the other hand, runs with the property. And then we talked about a little bit, one of the things that we mentioned was the town council had developed or will be considering a business permit process for delivery-only businesses, but that only applies to the existing dispensary, although theoretically maybe some of those things could be applied to a similar type use. One of the other things we talked about but didn't get into great detail was should we have a pre-application process? The idea being setting a minimum threshold and then applications that meet the threshold get to move through the process, whatever that is. What we did was, I think at a request of the Planning Commission, we did attach to the staff report some of the process San Rafael used in theirs. They had a pre-application process where I think you had to score a minimum of 80 in order to go on to the next process of their permitting. One of the things previously that the PC talked about, but really at this point really is at the council level, is allowing the existing medical dispensary to have a non-medical component, which they allowed with a delivery-only component, adult use. For the issue of a storefront, I think that's just wrapped into your broader discussion, and that will dictate whether that's a possibility for existing dispensary. And then lastly, we talked about tax revenues, and the Planning Commission agreed we should wait until there's an actual ordinance proposed to the council. At that time, we could determine what's the best type of taxing mechanism, or what would make sense, if at all, for some type of use. And so bottom line is, if we get enough direction from the Planning Commission this evening, then it is possibility that we can have legal counsel go back and draft an ordinance for PC at a future meeting. So with that, Amanda's here to answer any questions you may have regarding this item, as well as staff.
Do any of the commissioners have questions for staff or council?
Just one question on the use permit. When we talk that they run with a land, they can also be revoked, correct?
Yes, a use permit can be revoked, but it has to be based on either a public nuisance or a violation of the permit conditions.
A question for staff is, how do we classify, because we've had people in the audience, how do we classify the West Marin Little League? Is that a youth center? Is that a school? That's the question. I'm not.
Ball field?
Yeah.
So what we did was we classified the pavilion as a youth center, and School Street Plaza, where the location of the existing dispensary, falls within that 600-foot buffer, state buffer. Now, you could, though, as a planning commission, add parks into the restricted areas of which there has to be a buffer from. So you could do that, and if you did, then well, obviously it's even closer.
So thank you for that answer. Then to legal counsel is, how do we do we need to justify exceptions to the 600-foot buffer zone? And how, if we do?
I'm not sure quite what you mean. I mean, if you want to create different buffers or lesser buffers, then the town that's what the town puts in their code.
Okay, well, I'm
No, I think
going to get beyond a question maybe, but so there's these 600-foot blue circles centered on youth centers and schools or whatever, churches, et cetera. If we made an exception, so the question really is, if we made an exception, let's say, for the School Street Plaza property, how do we need to do that? Are parameters required by the state for us to follow to make exceptions to those 600?
So I probably should have pointed out how it works is state law indicates there's a 600-foot buffer, but it allows municipalities to create exceptions to that rule. So you don't need to make any findings so much as you have to craft local exception to the rule. So you would say, I don't know, I'd have to make up something, not make up, but example would be you could say we would allow delivery only, adult use delivery only operations anywhere in the town regardless of the state buffer zone. It'd be worded differently, but it'd be something like that.
We could also potentially, or I'm going to ask the question, limit or reduce the buffer by reference to Sir Francis Drake or Broadway, such that buildings along those major roads and potentially along Bolinas are accepted based on that being a downtown. I mean, the fact that we have, a bunch of bars in the middle of downtown, I don't know why we wouldn't be free, for example, to say that the retail dispensaries could also be in that downtown area. Is that right?
In part, the question would lie in what criteria the town wanted to apply to approve businesses. And you have the pre-qualification route, and theoretically that could be linked to a straight business license issuance within a certain zone, subject to other criteria. And we've laid out a number of the criteria that you could use to determine whether a business or a location is more or less suitable. Things like parking. Obviously, in the downtown area, sometimes that parking is very limited. It could be noted, however, that the reason that parking and traffic could come into play is that if this is to be the only adult recreational storefront in the area, there may be a traffic demand component to that. So it's certainly worth considering in that context. But developing the town's criteria for approval of businesses, however you want to develop those, and if you wanted to set aside the state's setback distances under certain circumstances, you would probably want to set forth what those circumstances were.
Okay, but the bottom line is there's no findings we have to make an exception to a 600-foot buffer zone.
Right. I think the best way to describe it is you just tell us what you like to see in the ordinance. We'll come up with the language that makes it work.
Anybody else have a question? Okay, thank you very much. I guess we will open up the matter for the public to comment. So anyone who would like to comment on cannabis regulations in Fairfax, please come on up to the podium and give us your name. If you live here in Fairfax, let us know. Thanks. Turn your mic on.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for this discussion. There's a point I thought you might like to know that since my business license was issued in 1997 under state law, the buffer zone wasn't enacted until 2003, and they gave an exception to any businesses open before then about the buffer zone. So my location in School Street Plaza has been grandfathered in by state law. But there's only, I think, 6 or 7 of us that have that exception in the whole state. And do you have any questions for me, possibly?
Do you have other comments on some of the issues that we've been looking at, including, and I don't want to take a lot of time,
Yeah.
but we've been looking at cultivation, retail, brick and mortar, medical, and delivery, and we'd love to get your input briefly.
Yeah, okay. Well, right now...
And actually, I'm going to interrupt you and say, would you introduce yourself?
Oh, I'm Lynette Shaw. I'm the owner of the Marin Alliance, the historical first in the nation licensed dispensary here in Fairfax. And after a 5-year closure, we managed to beat the feds nationwide and beat the feds for all the landlords in the nation and reopen about a year and a half ago. Just in time for the medical-only system to fail statewide. All the patients have left the medical-only facilities. Pretty much 75–80% less clients are going to medical only. This is a phenomenon that's happened statewide. Out of 458 licensed dispensaries, there's less than 40 of us with medical only licenses, and we all have 75–80 to 90% less business, less clients, because the patients no longer wish to go to the doctor and go get a card and go do this and go do that when they can take their ID and walk into somebody else's place. Also, there are now 112 delivery systems in the Bay Area that have Fairfax on their list as a destination. So my small historic business is not doing very well, and we really are hoping to see the adult use delivery factor allowed for us, and where future things you've got working on. That's right now our situation is not very fair to me as a local small business. There's we're out of the way. Our medical delivery service has got 112 other competitors, and it's been tough. I don't know if I can stay open for the patients much longer, and so we really do need this adult use delivery component in order to continue to serve my beloved patient community, which really counts on us. But we've got 80% less patients, and that's happening everywhere. So I can see. I don't want to have to go to a doctor for $150 and then go get a state card for $100, and when I can go take my driver's license and go somewhere else and just walk in and get the same product. So That is my feedback for now. I certainly hope we can focus on the adult use delivery for our sake, the community's sake, and my business's sake.
Thank you.
I actually have a question for Lynette.
Oh, go ahead.
Lynette, I had a question. One of the reasons why the Planning Commission asked for staff to provide more information on microbusiness and on manufacturing was because of a comment that, well, I think that's why I was interested, that you had made at a previous meeting about your interest in wanting to make some customized products. And,
Yes.
And so can you, first of all, in this packet, they're providing us details about what the state is allowing, and it's saying with microbusiness you have to do at least 3, and then with the manufacturing there's some certain things. Now, can you tell us what of these things, because the scale that you all were talking about seemed so reasonable
Yeah, it
that
was
if we
small.
could capture it,
Yeah.
it's,
We wanted to be able to package up product with the Marin Alliance brand on site. This also, the microbusiness eliminates the necessity to pay for the third-party distribution, which jacks up the price by anywhere from 1/3 to 50% more. The distributors don't like to come to Fairfax. They don't like coming to a small business that's medical only. It's not really worth their time, so they charge a lot more. So our price, the product to the people is much more expensive when you're forced to use a distributor, which we are. As a microbusiness, you have a distribution ability where we can go and pick up the stuff ourselves and not have to pay for the middleman, which lowers the price to the patients. Also, we're not allowed under these new rules to pre-roll joints ourselves, which was very popular, probably the most popular thing for, especially for the disabled. They want to come in and buy a couple of joints and they don't have to do anything but smoke it later, right? And we're not allowed to do that anymore. We have to buy from the distributor or middleman to get the pre-rolled joints. With under the microbusiness, we could actually make them ourselves, reduce that cost, and also when we run out, we can go make some more. That's the most popular thing, is the pre-rolls. So when we run out, we run out. We can't make any more when we've been making our own joints for 20 years. It's kind of silly, and I wish that like one of us had gone to advise the state, because we had a lot more experience apparently than the people who made the rules.
thank you.
Excuse me, can I follow up on that? Lynette, are you talking about medical or adult now when you refer to rolling joints and picking up product that would be already packaged, I guess, what, vaporizers, or what would that product be?
Well, right now, we're only allowed to handle the medical only, so when we run out of joints, it's for the patients. When we run out of cartridges, we have to wait for someone to bring us those cartridges that they like. I don't use them myself.
Yeah, but, so you're talking about
All
just for
products
medical use?
right now, under the law, under the medical-only license and under the retail-only license that I have to wait for a distributor to bring it in if they bother to come to Fairfax, because I can't go pick it up myself. We can't make our own joints. And that's why we had applied for a micro-business in the first place, because that's really what we did for 20 years was, if we were getting low on joints for the patients, we would go make some more. And now we can't do that.
And also, as a follow-up, did you read the staff report and see the requirements, the state requirements for a micro-business that require that you undertake 3 out of the 4
Yes.
potential? So what 3 would you propose?
We would have retail, we would have limited manufacturing, such as rolling joints or making of 8s, and also transportation. So that's the 3.
Is this for medical or adult?
Well, a micro-business can be for medical or adult use, either one or both.
What are you proposing?
Well, in my preference, I would prefer both, because like everybody else, it's what everybody else in the state has. When you're a small business, they want the micro-business.
So then your existing cannabis business is no longer allowed to roll those joints. Is that what you're saying?
Yes, exactly.
However, in your existing cannabis business, if you were a micro business, if you were licensed as a micro business, you could go back to, you would be rolling joints. And which other 2 categories?
Well, that's considered manufacturing. So we do retail, manufacturing, and transportation, so we can go and pick up the stuff rather than wait for the
But
distributor
you
to come in.
currently retail anyway,
Right, but under
only
the
different
three
products.
Right, there's a different license. So there's the retail-only license, but if I get a micro-business license, I don't have a retail-only license anymore. I have the micro-business license, which includes retail. It's
Thank you.
complicated. All right,
Thank you very
you're
much.
welcome. Thank you.
Hi there. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. My name is David Spampanato. I'm a Fairfax resident and live on Sir Francis Drake. So talking about the dispensary here. And we moved up here, our family moved up here about 5 or 6 years ago from San Francisco because we had kids going to school. And San Francisco's no place to raise kids or educate them. So we came up here. We love this area. A big part of being here, though, is what brought us into the community and brought other communities into Fairfax was Westmoreland Little League. I'm a board member, coach. I spend about 8 months of the year on the ball field. I'm in the batting cage, and I have 6, 7, 8-year-olds, taking turns batting. Across the way, there's the Hub business, which is a great business. It's kids 12, 13, 14 playing, laughing, joking, being kids, innocence. And I guess where I'm going with this is I suggest we maintain the buffer, 600 feet, maybe move it to 1,000 feet. Let's keep the fields, the recreational fields, the pavilion, the playground, let's keep it drug-free. It sounds a little scary what we're talking about here and having that product get lost in the fields and around the area. So that's what I want to mention. And for Lynette, I do support her. And I say we should support her and find her a location that's suitable. Thank you.
Could I ask a clarifying question of
Yes.
the commenter? So is your suggestion that not only we not allow any adult delivery or retail at the existing Marin Alliance site, but that we also not allow the existing Marin Alliance medical cannabis service?
Specifically recreational. That's what I'm against.
Adult recreational,
Yes.
you're not saying get rid of the existing program?
No,
Thank you for clarifying that.
thank you.
And are you just talking about brick and mortar retail, or are you also
Brick and
talking
mortar-
about delivery of adult
Delivery is
use?
a concern. I see, we have 450 kids going through the central field, and I just don't understand what the traffic would be like. Kids are waiting. They bike over to the field. They're waiting outside. So it's all a concern from the recreational delivery and storefront. Thank you.
Thanks.
Lou Tremaine, 1790 Sir Francis Drake Boulevard, Fairfax, representing the Marin Alliance. We have never had a conflict with West Marin Little League. I don't even know why really that's come up as an issue. The kids that play ball at the ball field, play basketball at the pavilion, whatever, are not cognizant whatsoever that we even exist. I just don't get it. As to the micro business issue, I think that it is important for not only the Planning Commission but the Town Council to understand that you can regulate precisely what goes on in a micro business. I understand that staff has painted with a broad brush what the rules are as far as the state goes, but it is important to understand that you can limit specifically what happens in a micro business. So it's not this wide open terrain. The town can decide what happens. And I think that some conversation between the town and the people that are interested in operating cannabis businesses in town to determine what would be appropriate would be the way to go. Those conversations aren't happening, and I don't really understand why. To the broader picture, I think that it is important for Fairfax to realize that you have a cannabis industry in town right now, and it is black market. And it would be well within the town's best interest to put a stake through the heart of that black market and legitimize what is already here. You have cultivation, you have manufacturing, you have distribution, you have retail, which you allow. It would be important for this community to legitimize the cannabis industry that has been historic here since the 70s, and to regulate it in the Fairfax way. Nobody's asking for anything ridiculous, but it would, I mean, you have an unregulated black market industry, so as it is. Why not take the opportunity that Prop 64 affords you to legitimize the industry? It could happen. Y'all could make it happen. The town council could make it happen. And the town would be far better off. The children would be far better off. Security would be far higher if the town would open its mind and let the cannabis industry become legitimate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello and thank you. You may remember me. This is my third time in front of the Planning Commission. As a reminder, my name is Deb Nelson, 37 Spruce Road, 25-year resident of Fairfax, served on the volunteer board for many years, was instrumental in leading the last Perry Park renovation. I'm also a psychologist who specializes in working with chronic pain patients. Most of my patients are 70 years or older. Many of them use medical marijuana, and they have absolutely no problem getting their marijuana. I'll share with you again that I'm here to speak against the expansion of Marin Alliance services, specifically at School Plaza. While there may not have been complaints against Marin Alliance business per se, I know there have been complaints against people smoking weed in the area. I know because I was one of them. I called the police to complain after someone at the ball field offered my then 10-year-old son marijuana. I also have friends who have complained to the town and the police. To bring us to the present, at the last Planning Commission meeting, I was pleased to hear some of the commissioners address my concerns, as well as the many concerns of the other parents of children of all ages, from toddlers to teenagers. There were addiction counselors, Little League coaches and players, neighbors, and even a local community minister. One theme that carried through many of the comments was that people really care about maintaining Fairfax's very family-friendly atmosphere and culture. Maintaining this culture and atmosphere is key to financial success for the town, as well as to keep our Fairfaxians thriving. I'm encouraging you as members of the Planning Commission to keep this in mind when considering the expansion of Marin Alliance, the number of new dispensaries to be allowed, their location, as well as other important details of regulating this new business. To this end, maintaining the 600-foot buffer zone will be key, whether it is from the local ball field, a preschool, youth center, or a tutoring center. Furthermore, adding adult use dispensaries really is akin to adding more bars in our community. And we need to remember there are reasons why the number of liquor licenses are regulated. Consideration should also be given to the impact on our police force. Driving high is still a DUI. I accept that Prop 64 is passed and that you are charged with the task of creating ordinances to allow adult use cannabis sales in our small town. No easy task for sure, and I appreciate the amount of time that you are taking to consider all the relevant issues. To end, what I'd like to ask for is no exemptions to the 600-foot buffer zone from all teen-related locations. The town limit the number of dispensaries in the town to 2, and creation of regulations regarding the amount of THC in the cannabis, as well as the amount of cannabis that any one individual can purchase at one time. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hi, Mallory Guidheim, Willow Avenue. I just have to say, I just asked Lynette, I've been here since '73. I had no idea where her marijuana dispensary was. The other thing is people are talking about dispensaries, but we're talking about one. And it's not going to have more people smoking dope than are now, but it will help revenue for the town. And I'd rather see marijuana revenue than McMansions and spaces that are taking up beautiful places to hike. So if we need money, I would do it this way. The kids who are at the park stay at the park. They're not going to be going up to the dispensary. And people who are smoking dope there now probably are not going to be any more than if we make this thing legal. And I think we've had a woman who has supported and has had her business in town for what, 20 years at least. So I would really like to see that continue. I would like us to support people who have been here for a long time and not necessarily people who've moved in and are worried about their kids. Their kids, if they raise them right, will be fine. And if you teach them not to smoke dope or not to hang out with people who are smoking dope, then they won't. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Mallory, can you turn the mic off before you leave? Unless somebody else, never mind.
That button? Okay. Hi, I'm Bridget Clark. I've been here before, and I just wanted to mention a couple things. The black market has not gone away in Colorado, so I just want to mention that because by having a storefront is not going to get rid of the black market. We have personal cultivation. There's a lot of access. There's a new California Healthy Kids survey, and the kids will tell you access is easy, and adults will too. The one point I wanted to also make was in terms of the 600-foot buffer zone. I just want to recommend that you do include, as you had on the slides, daycare. Parks, I don't know if it's on the ordinance, and I would like it to be, as well as youth centers, which I believe should include tutoring centers as well, anywhere that youth are gathered. As far as my personal perspective, I have seen an uptick of people using openly since it's become legalized, either through driving in cars. My husband smells it when he rides his motorcycle home from the city. He said if the cops really wanted to hit people with DUIs, you just ride a motorcycle down Highway 101. I mean, it's much more prevalent. I've seen it when I've been at the ATM at Fairfax with kids around with little uniforms, figuring out whether to go to Scoop or M&G's. You know, it's there, it's more prevalent, even though, you know, it's a norm that we don't want to have in people's faces. And kids have said to me personally that they don't want to smell it and they don't want to be exposed to it more. And they've come to town council meetings. There are kids whose kids use and have gone to treatment, and they've been affected by it themselves. It's a hard environment to grow up in, and if it were only so easy as to say, you know, just listen to your parents, you know, do your job as a parent. I have 2 kids. It's not that easy of an environment to grow up in, because you're really exposed to it a lot. And it's hard. I grew up here. I went to Deer Park School. One thing that I really feel that we need to look at is how do we create more teen environments, actually, where they can hang out. I would like to see that as something we put a lot of more effort into personally, because that's something I feel that we are missing. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi. My name's Jasmine Garrity, 52 Park Road, Fairfax. I'm kind of here to talk on behalf of the youth. I work with a lot of students at Drake High School, and I know that Drake High School right now is kind of ground zero for marijuana use in the county. For a lifetime marijuana use among ninth graders, it's at 28% of ninth graders. That's freshmen in high school. 65% of 11th graders have tried marijuana at Drake High School. That's the highest in the Tam Union High School District. That's the highest in Marin County. That's one of the top 5 of the state. So it's definitely a problem at Drake High School among our youth. A couple studies that I just kind of wanted to talk about in regards to buffer zones are the San Francisco Department of Public Health. They released that they're going to do 1 recreational retail outlet per 15,000 people, because based on another study, which I can send to you, the increased amount of density within a certain population will increase rates of youth use. So they did that study on tobacco specifically, so the number of retail outlets within a certain population, so above 5 retail outlets, which is the high density, it increases the youth's use of using tobacco products by 3.2%. So what they wanted to do is decrease that rate by doing this 1 outlet per 15,000 people. In Washington State, they decided to do 1 outlet per 22,000 people. So in Fairfax, we have 7,598 people as of the 2017 population consensus. So we have not even half of the number to have 1 retail outlet as of the San Francisco Department of Public Health is concerned. As far as the city council, they took off cultivation, distribution, manufacturing, and micro businesses. So just to reiterate that, currently we only have personal cultivation and medical retail cannabis in Fairfax. We do not have any of the following: cultivation, distribution, manufacturing, or micro businesses currently. As far as regulations are concerned, there's a lot of things that we do have the opportunity to do locally. I know a couple cities have talked about creating a cannabis control board, which has many different people from public health, the county government, and working as a group to make decisions properly and in accordance. Also, we have the opportunity to regulate THC potency levels, as they have skyrocketed and they're really high currently. If you go into a retail outlet, you can get dabs and waxes at 98% THC, which is really scary. That can kill someone. You can also ban flavors. You guys currently, as a city, have a flavor ban on tobacco products, so you are not able to sell tobacco products that are flavored in any form because it's attractive to youth. That is something that could be done with marijuana products. You could ban all the flavored additions to those products. And that's something that's a big problem with the vaporizers, especially. The vaporizers are mixed with compounds that are there, and the flavoring compounds are definitely very toxic to the body. And I can send you more information on that if that's something you're interested in, but I know my time's up. So thank you.
Thank you. Hold on just a moment.
I have a question. Thank you for bringing that Department of Health information, but I'm just curious. You spoke to the commercial side. The other thing that we're talking about is multifamily residential buildings in the town, and the fact that 6 plants is being discussed, either per dwelling unit or lot. And we received a list today of all of the multifamily units, and they go up to 80 units in a building. Do you have any comment about that?
Yeah, so actually, in Fairfax, I believe that you guys have 75-25 for condos and multi-unit dwellings for tobacco. You are for smoking indoors. So that's a law that's put into place saying that out of all of the multi-unit dwellings in the city, 75 of them have to be smoke-free. I believe it's 75, it could be 80. I'd have to have staff or someone check on that, but there is a way to localize it. With regard to the state, they've left a lot of the decision-making up to the local jurisdictions, which puts you guys in a kind of rough spot because you have to make all these decisions with no guidance really from the state. And so that's really tough. So I applaud you all for moving forward. But definitely you have a lot of opportunities to make these local policies, and you can work in collaboration with the county health department in regards to ordinances if you have questions, if it's been done before, and definitely we're all here to help you. So if you have any questions, I'll leave my business card and you can email me.
Quick question. You said,
Yeah.
were you saying that at this point you have 65% of the students have tried marijuana?
Of 11th grade students, they've tried it. Lifetime marijuana use, yes.
So do you know that by questioning them?
No, it's actually a survey. It goes out every 2 years. It's called the California Healthy Kid Survey, and it's public, and they survey all the schools in Marin County. And what we actually are able to do through the Marin County Office of Education is a comparison. So we can look at each different school in relation to each other so that we know which schools are having the hardest time with certain substances. So the Tam Union High School District, we look as a whole, and then we split apart Drake, Tam, and Redwood and compare where the problems kind of are located. And for marijuana consumption, it's primarily at Drake High School. So that's definitely our focus for public health.
Okay, so the other question is, do you have any idea where these kids are getting this?
Where the kids are getting it?
Yeah, with it not being allowed as retail in Fairfax
Oh.
at the moment, where are they getting it?
Well, we do have personal cultivation. We've got up to 6 plants per family. Kids can get it from their parents. Same thing with alcohol.
And do you think that would end if we legitimize the alliance? Do you think that would?
I'm not necessarily saying to legitimize or not legitimize. I just want you to take into consideration that increased normalization causes increased use. And in Fairfax already, we have a very big normalization factor. It's a medicine. We consider it a medicine in this city, so it makes it more normal for someone to use it, for a parent to use it, for anybody to use it. And the kids see the parents and the adults using it, and they go, oh, maybe I can try it. It's safe, it's medical, it's something that can't hurt me. So it's definitely a normalization and decreased perceived harm of the substance.
So are there any statistics from San Francisco similar to this that you can provide us?
Yeah, I can provide you with a lot of information surrounding normalization and perceived harm. So I'll send that over to you after this meeting or tomorrow at some point.
Okay, I mean, I would be interested to see, since legalization, whether San Francisco, because they have a lot of non-medical facilities there,
Totally.
whether San Francisco has experienced an increase in marijuana use among youth, since they do
and
have a lot of dispensaries that are not medical.
San Francisco numbers are supposed to be released in this next month for their newest data in regards to after. So the storefronts hadn't been added until recently because the laws got passed and then there was implementation. And it's a process, it takes time. And then the stores go into effect, and then their next set of data will be once it's implemented. So those will be the real numbers. You can't necessarily take the January date because there weren't storefronts at that point. It takes the whole licensing process. So we actually have to wait until that data comes out.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Thanks a lot.
Good evening, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Andy Perry. I live at 10 Cypress Drive. 78% of voters in this town voted for medical marijuana. Statewide, there was a significant majority as well. Having recreational delivery is perfectly aligned with what the will of the people were, definitely in Fairfax by a long shot, but also statewide. As you all know, and as Lynette indicated earlier, this is all a very heavily regulated industry now. So my contention is that we need to not keep pushing back against what is the will of the people, both in the state of California and Fairfax, and allow the law to be implemented. I recognize the fact that local municipalities can control and even prevent these places from being in existence at all, and we see this throughout the county of Marin and all the jurisdictions and at the county itself. And I also wanted to echo the point that the ease by which it is to get marijuana, even prior to Prop 64 passing, that I think having the rec delivery is not going to somehow put everybody in the community at risk or put children at risk from getting addicted or some adverse health effects from marijuana. So clearly I'm in support of allowing recreational delivery. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see anyone else from the public wanting to speak, so I'm going to close the public hearing portion of this item and bring it back to the commissioners for any immediate remarks. I did want to hear from Commissioner Swift and Commissioner Green in terms of some of the issues that the rest of us already spoke about.
Right, you wanted to poll us, I think.
Before you poll us, can I ask a question of staff in relation to the micro businesses and the distributors? And in the packet with proposed July state regulations, there's two types of distributor. One's transport only, and one's kind of the original distributor that the state developed. Can you explain the differences between those two?
Sure. So the original distributor license covers the full range of distribution activities, that is transport between licensees, quality assurance, collecting taxes, and a few other more administrative things. And then the transport only is more of a scaled back distributor's license, and I believe it's intended more for self-distribution, but I can take a second look at the regs because it's been a while since I looked at them.
Because the transport only, like the last sentence says, however, transport only distributors shall not transport any cannabis goods except for immature plants. So it almost sounded to me that they were only transporting plants, not other products.
You know, I'd have to pull
Okay.
up the regulation.
I appreciate that. Thanks.
Any other questions? Michelle?
I do have a question of staff, and that is, the last speaker brought up the multifamily smoking regulations and said, she thought it was 60-40 or 70-30. Can you tell me what it is and what exactly it says?
Yeah, it's 75-25. So what it means in the multifamily project, 75% of units have to be non-smoking, which includes cannabis actually, and vaping, and 25% of the units can be obviously smoking, and they all have to be congregated in the same area, which does cause a problem in condos and townhouses because people generally own their units, and you can designate an area, but they're not all in the same spot.
And do you know, just to follow up on that one, that would not include the vaping?
Actually, it does. We added vaping into the ordinance, I think, like a year or two ago.
Okay, so it does include the vaping. Um, Sorry. So let's, maybe if we can, go back through some of the things that we talked about amongst the commission, amongst the commissioners at our last meeting 2 weeks ago, and see if we can get some knee-jerk reactions from Commissioner Swift and Commissioner Green, given the comments that you heard tonight and the information that you already got tonight. I mean, I think some of them are going to be fairly easy to go through, such as the uses that the council's already eliminated, and the questions that remain about micro businesses. In general, when we get into the kind of the details on micro business, I'd like to leave that for the end, because I still want to go through some of those other, in my mind, priority issues that we had on our agenda, such as the buffer zones and the number of retail and the number of delivery and all those kinds of questions.
Do you want to just go down the list of the items that you had from the last meeting? That'd probably be easiest.
Yeah, we could take them one by one, and the two of you could comment, and then I think when we get to, we had kind of merged, I think, a bunch of them towards number 5, 6, 7 or something like that, but Garrett, you can kind of lead us through that discussion because you probably remember it best.
So are you recommending, like on this first slide, as it pertains to micro business and manufacturing?
Well, we heard that four out of 4 commissioners are basically moving ahead with the council's direction on this. I'd love to say 6 out of 6 that have been asked, but we'll see if these two are feeling the same way the rest of us were.
All right, so pretty much what the council and the other commissioners eliminated the category of distribution, commercial cultivation, and testing laboratories. The council originally eliminated microbusiness and manufacturing. Planning Commission indicated last meeting you might want to talk about that a little more. And so what would be helpful is if you think there's more categories that you think you might want to put onto the elimination list, then we know we don't need to talk about those anymore.
Well, I guess one question along those lines would be, you've got the category of distribution of cannabis products as eliminated, but then on the other hand, you're talking about micro businesses and distribution as a potential one of those categories. So there's a little bit of a conflict there, I think. But in general, I would agree with the Planning Commission's approach to those at the last meeting.
Yeah, I would as well. It just seems there's a logical problem. If distribution has been eliminated and commercial cannabis cultivation has been eliminated and cannabis testing laboratories have been eliminated, I don't see how we can have a successful micro-business license.
So maybe as clarification, the council had the exact same discussion you're having right now. And what they determined was those are clearly broader scale operations, typically in the council's mind, so they got rid of that. And then when it came to micro-business, they didn't want any commercial cultivation at all, so they eliminated that. So it's just distribution, retail, and manufacturing. And the council understood that, well, there's a little conflict there, but manufacturing and micro-business is limited to non-volatile manufacturing and some other categories, so that limits even more. And then the council talked about, do we want to get into the level of regulating micro-business? So, to the level of, I'll make this up, to the level of, well, your business can't be more than 2,000 square feet, and you can only do packaging and labeling, and you can only do X, Y, and Z. And so they thought that complexly lent itself to not something they wanted to get into at that moment, but I think it's fine if the Planning Commission would like to, but as the chair indicated, maybe later would be better, and maybe it's almost a separate discussion because you're talking at what level, because it starts to get really confusing for staff, because when they apply for application to the state, it's a general micro business license. Then we'd have to say, can we see the application? The state will say no. our regs, we'd have to require we could see the regulations or see the application, and then we get back to the state and say, well, it's approved, but they can't do cultivation, they can't do this, they can't do that, they can't do this, they can't do that. It gets to be really confusing, and then when someone comes in to monitor, you'd be monitoring for that specifically. But that's a discussion actually the council had, so they went through the same point and then reached the point of maybe not now. But like I said, I think that's fine if the planning commission wants to discuss it. I would just recommend at another meeting, because I think it's can become very complex.
Right, okay. Was there any other issue that I missed last meeting that you need input?
Oh, for the next category, or, see, so are we, so for right now, if I could be clear, the planning commission is fine eliminating the 3, but you still want to continue discussion on microbusiness and manufacturing?
Yes.
Okay, so then we can go to the next slide, which was microbusiness and manufacturing. I think planning commission's all the same, prohibiting temporary cannabis events.
I concur.
Yes, although the one that's mentioned in the staff report, the sort of the cannabis education table, is that really a cannabis event?
No, it wasn't. It was just a clarification that we do allow, if someone wants to have a table, they obviously can't take orders or it wouldn't be legal to give out samples or anything like that, but they could have the information table.
Right, I think we need to allow education, so, yeah. Okay, thank you.
And then the next one is, I think this is pretty self-evident, continue to allow medical retailers.
Concur.
Yeah, concur, I mean, to the extent there is any. Sure.
Okay. And then the next one is something, actually going to need some further discussion, but it has to do with the medical personal cultivation and the number of plants. In essence, how do you want to handle multifamily? Assuming the council actually discussed this quite a bit, and they realized that under the existing medical cultivation ordinance, they actually allow up to 18 per parcel. But in the discussions, they decided that let's just reduce it down to 6. Doesn't matter whether it's indoor or outdoor, doesn't matter if it's adult use or medical, but just a limit of 6. And they didn't get into that other detail other than they did talk about a plant definition, and they decided that perhaps this would be something that'd be good for the planning commission to weigh in on.
Right, well, this is a huge practical problem as well as, legal one as well. It's because I've seen full-grown cannabis plants, and if you had 6 of those in a small apartment, you wouldn't be able to move because they're about the size of Christmas trees. So given that, I think that if we certainly want to limit to 6, the state law does that. I agree with that. How someone with a small lot in Fairfax would grow 6 plants that size, you're looking at a Christmas tree lot. So it's kind of an interest, it's just, that's something to think about is all, okay? It's not just little spindly plants. Now indoors, I don't know what they can do with that, but a lot of electricity use is associated with that usually. So I'm kind of against indoor personally because of the power, that's required. And we need to really consider regulations for like setbacks and scent issues. I mean, I hear the people out there with kids who maybe don't want their kids walking by places where they can smell it. On the other hand, I don't think Lynette's operation has never been a conflict, and I don't think it would be a conflict because of the way they do it and the way they would plan to do deliveries, for example, and the state regulations on delivery. So I wouldn't think that would be an issue with kids because you won't smell it, you won't see it, you won't even know it's being delivered or anything, according to state regulations. So as far as multiple, that's a good question. Multiple units, I just don't, we have units of 80 200 Bolinas Road has 80 units. If they all grew something, there wouldn't, it would be crazy. So it's a big question mark in my mind, and I can't really make a conclusion at this point.
So I don't think at your last meeting, you kind of talked about multifamily, and I think we're going to do that tonight as part of our discussion tonight. As far as what the commissioners did last time was to concur with 6 plants, indoors or outdoors. One or the other, is that what they agreed to?
Both.
Or any combination.
Or a combination of 6 indoors and 6 outdoors?
Through the chair. Through the chair, wouldn't that be 6 on the property?
Correct, 6.
It was
Not
6,
6
it was
in and 6 out, but a total
6
of
total.
6 total.
So either 6 indoors, which by state law they're allowed in their own property, or 6 outside.
Or, yes,
Or,
1 indoors.
got it.
5 outdoors.
You want a break, or did you get it?
Sorry, no, I didn't get it. Yeah,
can
we
take a
should
break.
take a little 5-minute technical difficulty break. All right, and so we're going to start when we get back up here and we get the green light to start again. I'm going to hand you the mic, Commissioner Swift. Or you were done, Commissioner Green? All right. So when I see we have the thumbs up, so we're going to start. Welcome back. Okay. Technical difficulties somewhat resolved with a microphone that will be passed around. So, no, we have one mic and we're going to pass it around.
Yes, okay, just to clarify my position on number 4, I agree with it, 6 plants, period, in or out.
Commissioners, if I may, I just want to direct your attention to the language of the statute, which provides that there may be no more than 6 plants within a single private residence or upon the grounds of that private residence. So I think where there's, right. So the way that's been interpreted by our office is that the 6 plants is a cumulative cap, indoors or outdoors, per lot or parcel maximum. So for apartment buildings, that's tricky because there's only one lot, right? But we could potentially make an interpretation that you could have balconies and patios are within the grounds of that private residence, of the apartment unit. But that's an interpretation. For condos, they have their own private yard, so obviously there's clear outdoor space.
So if I can ask the clarification on that, you're saying that a multifamily building, so let's say an apartment building, is one lot.
Correct.
So the state's interpretation of that is one lot has 6 plants?
Well, the state hasn't provided an interpretation. This would be our office's interpretation, and the language is not clear, and there's clearly a dilemma put on local governments.
So can you repeat what the state language is?
The state language is that, and this is a Health and Safety Code 11362.2A3, that no more than 6 plants may be planted within a single private residence or upon the grounds of that private residence. It does.
And then what did it say about?
It does define a private residence as a house, an apartment unit, mobile home, or similar dwelling.
It does, It doesn't specify apartment buildings?
It does say an apartment unit. So an
Apartment
apartment unit
unit.
could be with, is a single private residence. So the question is, upon the grounds of that private residence, no more than 6.
Assuming it has a ground.
Well, but that would also, and we have kind of like moved into the discussion on the multifamily, but to clarify, if we're looking at an apartment unit as one residence, and they can have 6 plants on the grounds of that residence, if that residence had, let's say, for example, a yard,
If an apartment building had a yard, but more likely a patio or a balcony area.
so if a,
Condos have yards.
right, so,
Often.
so if a apartment building had land within it, on the grounds,
Like common area.
a common area, then that's subject to
6.
interpretation.
Or 6, because it's one lot.
You know, I disagree that condos have any kind of like yards. Some condos have larger patio areas than others, but townhouses may have yards. I don't think condos, all the ones I've seen hundreds of them, don't really have yards, unless maybe ground, you know, there's some exceptions perhaps, but not usually, just factual.
So I just want to keep us with an eye on time, and it's already 8:30 and we've taken a break, so I would really like us to finish up this discussion by 9 o'clock, and that's kind of quick. So, you know, we've got a little time. I wanted to hear from you, Commissioner Swift, about the items on number 4. Then I think we're going to move into number 5. Yeah.
Comment. I just wanted to make a comment after what Commissioner Green said here, and talking to a couple of growers, I've changed my quantity to 3. I think, considering how big a plant can become, and the state defines it as flowering, they can be like a 10-foot tall plant, 12 feet tall. And I'm thinking if it is for personal consumption, 6 is a lot more than what you really need. The life cycle, or the cycle for a plant, is 2.5 months. So you really don't need more than 3 to have a constant supply of product at any given time. And maybe it's not 3, but I think 6 is, I just would like to go on the record saying 6 is too much.
This is fun. So are you asking for my opinion on multifamily then as well? No. No, because we already,
We go to the next item 5?
yeah, we already did. I did. You were probably under the table.
Garrett, can we go to 5?
Sure. Okay. So 5, there's consensus on allowing cannabis deliveries in town. That has to do with anyone who's delivering in town.
I concur.
I concur as well.
Okay.
Before you move on from that one, we did discuss that the, even though the council has pretty much given us direction on the business license issue, that there are some questions about delivery still within the commission's jurisdiction and purview. I think we talked about how that would include the number of businesses and the locations of deliveries. Is that right?
Are you talking about in general non-store front retailers based in town? Or you mean people coming in to town delivering, having to obtain a business license?
I think I'm talking about adult use delivery.
Yeah, I think this item actually for the council, this was just, did you want to continue to allow deliveries in town? Set aside where they're actually located. That would be your
Okay.
next discussion item.
Commissioner Gonzalez-Parber mentioned my statement about the size of plants and stuff. I'm still with 6 plants. I just want you to know, still with 6 plants, and even though that would probably be enough for a lifetime.
Okay.
Okay, this is really what the crux of the issue policy discussion is. What do you want to allow when it comes to adult use retail? What combination thereof, whether delivery only, retail, storefront, or both, and then what would be the limit? I think the discussion point at the council and the planning commission was some number between 1 and 3, and that would include any combination of medical, retail, and delivery only. So that's really kind of the key discussion point, and wrapped into that was where would you allow these type of businesses, which is the buffer zone discussion.
And I think we had begun that discussion, but had not completed it. I don't know if anybody who spoke on that at our last meeting wants to restate anything, but I would open it up for Commissioner Swift, Commissioner Green, and then myself to comment on that unless somebody else feels like they want to say more.
I'll wait until after they.
Two. We're talking 1 to 3, 1 to 3, 1. I think 2 is a good number. I remember the discussion in the town council about allowing some form of competition. I think we kind of need to do that. I don't see anyone else coming in here, though, so I think 2 is a good number. Commissioner Swift?
I concur with 2, and it would be a combination of storefront or delivery only. I think, you know, for me, some of the limitations would be just the size and parking and location. So I think 2, and that provides the competition.
So I don't think I got to talk about this one at our last meeting. So I'm going to, first off, Phil, I don't think you and I sitting here are going to see all the applicants or the interest of people during a period when the town has a moratorium. So I don't think it's appropriate for us to say, well, we don't see anybody else coming in here. In fact, I think we've seen a couple people in the public who've come in here and told us that they wanted to open a variety of retail, delivery, you know, other things. So I don't know where you've been, but I've seen a bunch of people talk about it. And then in terms of limits on the number of businesses, I mean, my preference is not to have a limit, but if the town is going to have a limit, I say have at least 3 of each type that we're talking about, at least 3 delivery, at least 3 retail, at least 3 medical retail. And so I think, you know, we do really need to focus on some of the parameters and the details in terms of those issues we were talking about previously, about the pre-application phase, about the buffer zones, and have a healthier discussion, especially considering the amount of public comment that we got on the idea of having a retail location in at School Street Plaza, given the Little League issues there. I would like to look at the map in terms of the major business areas. I am not necessarily in favor of a buffer zone crossing over Broadway, a buffer zone crossing over Sir Francis Drake, or a buffer zone crossing over Bolinas, given the nature of our businesses in the downtown area. So I don't like to see a bias in favor of bars and against retail, brick and mortar cannabis stores. So that's where I'm coming from. And so when I look at the map, you know, I'm not 100% convinced that those major thoroughfares that are part of the CH and CC zones that are currently pretty much excluded by the buffer zones aren't appropriate. And so that's where I come out on the buffer zone issues. And, okay, I guess that's it. Do you guys want to say anything else?
I think over the several discussions that we've had, I have clarified my opinions, and so I agree somewhat with our chair that I think the CH zone would be appropriate for a retail, storefront, recreational, adult recreational facility. I don't so much agree that I would like to see that on Bolinas. However, there is one property that has 2 or 3 stories. If it could be placed upstairs and in the back, that would be acceptable, but not a street fronting adult or medical facility. I'm kind of leaning towards one of each. One medical that has both in-house and delivery, which is our existing facility. One adult delivery only, and one adult retail in a either a CH zone or a large property, perhaps on Bolinas, as I said, if it's in the back upstairs, not fronting the street. So that's kind of where I'm at right now.
Okay. In regards to the buffer zone, the 600-foot buffer zone, I support that. The state, I'm in line with the state requirements. I'm looking at the limited spaces where you can have businesses, and I'm thinking, okay, I was thinking 3 businesses with any combination of what is available. You know, if you start thinking about, I don't know, 16 different businesses in this area, it doesn't make sense. It's probably not going to happen. But I could see one business owner having delivery or distribution, retail, and some, you know, level 1 manufacturing. I did have a question about the micro business because I think it kind of overlaps this discussion. I think under the state, the micro business license is limited to 1 physical property, correct? So for instance, in the case of Marin Alliance, they wouldn't be able to sustain their current medical delivery business where they are now and then split off into a different neighborhood or zone to have their retail under 1 micro business license. Is that correct? Or can we make an exception for something like that under our, you know, as a local tailored exception?
Well, they could have 2 separate locations. They could keep their existing medical dispensary and then have a micro business elsewhere, but they can't separate the activities under the umbrella of 1 micro business license among different properties.
Okay. Because I think that would influence my decision into how to treat that in the future. Okay.
Actually, okay, can I just quickly, in terms of the School Street Plaza, I agree with maintaining that exception for the existing medical facility and for their delivery only of adult recreational, but I don't think I would be supportive of expanding further into retail storefront at that location. I would be supportive of them setting up another location in a more appropriate zone as a micro business if we can tailor it to a very specific rolling joints and some, you know, simple.
Commissioner Rodriguez?
So I guess I would go for supporting the existing business, and she's already got an exception to the buffer, so I think she's grandfathered in. And so I would reference that in the ordinance. I'd be in support of her doing the micro as she described it with the limited manufacturing, limiting the distribution as well as the retail. And I think that would be it for me. No other business, no other distribution in the town. If we decided to go further, then I think one additional, I think I'm in support of either CH with the buffers in place. I may be in support, of a second floor location on that Bolinas between kind of Broadway and, maybe some other location, but I'm not sure about that.
Okay, so we seem to be going kind of all over the map and not taking, literally, and not taking these item by item. So I don't know if you want to continue that and talk about all of it. So I'm in favor.
Okay, I think I disagree with statements that we would have a license, or rather a permit for a medical marijuana facility only, because I don't think it's viable business-wise anymore. I think we understand that. So it's going to be, okay, buffers. Let's just stick with the topic. Buffers, I think we should maintain the buffer if it's true legally. It just sounds incredible to me, but if it's true legally that the Alliance is grandfathered into that location, then so be it. And we have areas in this CH that are outside the buffer zone, but still within a commercial district that are possible. So bottom line for me is 2 retail adult facilities, and I'm not quite sure what they would be limited to. I did like the idea of the delivery because of the regulations that surround it. We have unmarked cars or trucks, we have completely sealed boxes, we have things that are kept out of sight and smell, and so that kind of takes care of a lot of parents' concerns. But the buffers are what they are, and
Excuse me,
I suppose we
Commissioner.
could grant an exception.
Commissioner Green, if I may, just to clarify in the buffers for the existing dispensary, they are grandfathered in from the buffers for their current operations. However, they would not be grandfathered in for any expansion.
So they're grandfathered in for the medical dispensary.
Correct.
As it is.
Correct.
And that's it. So, and looking back at our medical marijuana dispensary ordinance or our code, they are, could be located in the CC, CH, and CL, not within 600 feet of a school, not abutting a residential zone property unless or any parcel with a primarily residential land use unless there's a fence or a natural landform separating it. There was also restrictions on the size of the facility and parking requirements for a facility.
So to clarify on that, though, the existing dispensary predates those regulations as well. Their use permit, I believe, was in 1997 originally, and those, the town Code Chapter 17-110 was adopted in 2011, I believe.
Okay, so as far as buffer zones, I think, correct me here, that the medical dispensary is outside the buffer zone for the school, correct? Cascade? The St. Rita's property, I believe.
So it's inside the buffer zone for the pavilion?
Right, but I'm just talking about the, a buffer zone of a school.
Looks like maybe there's a little corner of it inside the 600 feet.
Can you hear me? Oh, there we go. Yes, it's within 600 feet if you were to apply just the school buffer.
Okay. I would keep I'm in favor outside of the CL zone and the Alliance, keeping the buffer of 600 feet from a school. Right now, as far as preschools and that, I'm not sure that for retail storefront that I wouldn't, I'd be willing to shorten that buffer zone so it's less. I think having something in the CH and CC is appropriate. I don't think we should limit, we can look at limiting storefront size, look at, parking requirements. I don't think having a retail establishment on the second floor in the back serves any purpose. So if we were going to go with retail, it should be on the street or accessible to people that would utilize it.
Great. Anybody else have some final thoughts on that one?
There's sort of two issues that weave into each other, and one, so the buffer zone and the regulation of the potential retail facility also weaves into whether a license, a business permit is granted or a permit that runs with the land. I prefer, frankly, a business permit. I could see that it is possible that a retail business could come up with a plan that it's so clean that it could be located next to a school. I think that's possible. It's just that we have this buffer zone. We have people out there upset and like to even increase it. We don't have 15,000 people here, so we can't, address that. And we have to be very careful in location. I am in favor of upper floor, and not necessarily the back, though, because the back invites criminals, in my mind. So it does kind of have to be a little more exposed so the police can keep an eye on things easier, et cetera. So I'm sorry, that was a complex answer, but that's just where it is right now for me.
And Garrett, I only want to take maybe the next 10 minutes to talk about what I think you were probably more interested in hearing from us about, which are the criteria that we might want to consider. Help me out here. Maybe the application process might have been one of your priorities. Is there, I guess I'll let you maybe take a poll and really maybe ask us all to raise our hands if we like something or don't like it. And that way we'll be forced to be brief because we'll be just talking with our hands.
Okay, a little delay. So maybe what we could do is, since it doesn't seem like, I'm not hearing a consensus, maybe it's easier if we move to talking about if you like the business license or use permit process, which you would prefer.
Fair answer. I'm sorry.
Maybe, I'm sorry, I'm thinking maybe there wasn't consensus on some of those issues, but maybe you could provide direction on if you prefer the use permit or some type of business permit site process, because it's either one or the other, and then you could let us know what your preferences are, if you want a pre-application or just some type of first come, first serve process.
All right, so first question will be who prefers a use permit versus a business license? Let's see. Oh,
Can I start with that?
no, Norma, I'm just going to ask us to raise our hands.
Oh, all right.
So we can't spend a lot of time. Everybody who prefers a use permit for this, we're talking retail, brick and mortar, adult use retail, over a business permit, business license, please raise your hand.
Can I ask a question on that? Are you only asking it for retail, or are you also asking it for delivery?
Retail or just delivery is the
well,
question?
actually, yeah, I think what we're doing is use permit just in general for any use. You could start to later if you want to separate it out for just delivery only, but we're talking about use permit for any type of use.
Any retail, so it would be, okay, great. Who prefers a use permit over a business license for any adult use retail, including retail with delivery? Oh, wow. We've got one. And then everybody who prefers a business license approach for a retail adult use, including retail with delivery, raise your hand. All right. Wait.
But you said for any use, so that would also include if for some reason we approved micro or distribution, so it's for any business.
I think you could as you get through it.
We haven't
get
gotten to
specifics.
micro business, so I'm not asking about micro business. Garrett might want to know about micro business, but my question to us was about retail, adult use retail with either adult use retail only or adult use retail with delivery. And the only, well, go ahead.
So to answer the question, business license for any type of cannabis business.
Yeah, some type of permitting process.
All right, just whatever. Did you want to say something, Commissioner Rodriguez? Because you didn't raise your hand for any of this. Is it just to go back to you just want one and?
What I said previously was that I don't think the business license is the right approach. I think any business is going to have to get a business license, but I think it's an administrative use permit by the planning director, which is downgraded from a use permit at staff level, so it's not any of the options.
Oh, I'm sorry. When we refer to business, what you're referring to business license is really some type of business permit process, business licensing process, similar to the business cannabis permit process we have for deliveries. So it's a step above just coming in and getting a business license. There's an actual application, but it would be ministerial approval, assuming they meet all the thresholds.
I mean, it's just a little bit of discussion on this is it should not run with the land because it's a very personal thing. It's the way, so Lynette does it, we kind of don't mind the way she does things, right? I think the next person might do things very different, so that's why.
All right, and unfortunately, I think we're getting close to time's up, so unless you have a second question that we're all just literally going to raise our hands and answer clearly, one way or the other. I think we're going to cut it short, Garrett. So one more
Okay.
question.
Pre-application process, yes or no?
Yes or no is not the way to do it. Everybody in favor, raise your hands. Everybody in favor of a pre-application process, raise your hands. All right, and Commissioner, yeah, okay, there we go. So now we're going to move on to item number 2 on our agenda, unless Commissioner Swift wants to say something else.
So we haven't gotten too far with this, so what's left for the next meeting? So we would be addressing this on our December 20th meeting, and we'd be taking up zones, we'd be taking up multifamily. What else is left for us to take up?
Pretty much, to break it down, it's the number and type and where you want to allow it. And then you could talk a little bit more about the multifamily and cultivation. I think you've started to narrow it down, so those are really, you have 2 really outstanding issues.
And
Okay.
can we also talk about the application process? I like the San Rafael model with some tweaks.
And microbusiness. Okay, so a little break, less than 5 minutes, maybe 3 minutes, and then we'll come back on. Thank you. All right. Okay, we're going to go back on to start item number 2 on our agenda this evening. Thanks, everybody, for being patient and for coming down tonight. I'm sure everybody'd rather be at home in front of a warm fire. Okay, so do we have a report from staff?
We do, and it's going to be relatively brief. So, as you remember, the County Council adopted an urgency ordinance regarding wireless communication facilities on September 26th. And at that time, it's an urgency ordinance, which means that a regular ordinance needs to go through the regular process and ultimately to replace the urgency ordinance. What the council asked us to do was take an ordinance to the Planning Commission, and what we did, the ordinance we took to the Planning Commission was the urgency ordinance that was consolidated. It consolidated the existing Title 19 that deals with telecommunications, and we wrapped that into the new Article 19 that deals with telecommunications, but specifically also includes language regarding the wireless communication facilities. And what we tried to do is incorporate those parts of 19 that weren't addressed in the new 19. We brought that in. And so that's what you have in front of you, this consolidated ordinance. And so your first meeting to talk about all this was October 25th, and at that time you had public testimony. You didn't really, as far as we could tell, reach consensus on items due to the lateness of the hour. What we did was we actually attached the Planning Commission minutes so you could see what the public comments were as well as the individual commissioner comments. But what we gleaned from all that were some issues that continued to be discussed was, did you want to increase the minimum distance between wireless communication facilities on poles? Did you want to add some type of additional buffering requirements between residential and the wireless facilities? Did you want to add stronger provisions to address things like threatened endangered species, habitats, historic or cultural resources, ADA standards? And what was handed out to you is, and Gail will go over this more, but is her answer to Commissioner Green's questions related to ADA. And then, unfortunately, just due to the timing, due to the Thanksgiving holidays, we really weren't able to answer a lot of the questions at that time. And so what we did for the commission is we brought back the same ordinance that was before you, and what our recommendations actually are is for the commission, in order to move this forward possibly, is we would suggest that you provide us like general policy question, not policy questions, but general policy direction. If there's specific portions of the ordinance that you think that should be beefed up, revised, or whatever, you make those suggestions to us. If there's some type of language you want to propose, you just go ahead and provide that to us. And what we'd like to do in terms of the process is we'll package that up and take that to the council, assuming you take some action, take that to the council in January. What we would take to the council in January would be all the planning commission recommendations, and then get direction from council whether or not they wanted staff and legal counsel to go ahead and explore incorporating that into the ordinance, and then that revised ordinance would go back to the council in February. So what we're hoping is, at this level, is the planning commission can provide your comments to us. We'll package those all up. They could be as specific and detailed as you like, but what we prefer not to do is take the 32 pages of an ordinance and try to go through and wordsmith the different sections, gain consensus. My experience is that would take several more meetings and hours of time to do that, because the 30-plus page ordinance actually, in terms of a chapter, be the largest chapter in the municipal code. And so stuff like that takes a long time if you're going to wordsmith it. And that's why the general comments would be great. That would give us time to take it to council. Since the council originally proposed the ordinance to you, then it would seem to make sense that then they could decide what to incorporate into the ordinance at that time. And so Gail is here again from BBK to answer your questions. She did have a handout, and I thought what might be helpful is if Gail can kind of share the status update on the activities of the Smart Communities Coalition and its challenges to the FCC ruling. So unless there's any specific questions for staff, I'd like to turn it over to legal counsel, if that's okay.
So I provided, and I apologize because I provided them late, but I did provide a list of questions. So I can ask those after the update, if that works better, after we get the update on the... Does that work better?
My update will be very short. So
Okay.
As you're aware from prior conversations and prior reports, the city council did, the town council did vote to participate in the appeal of the FCC small cell order, and that's the order that is driving all of this rush for local governments to update their ordinances by January 14th. Right now, that is the date that the small cell order would go into effect. There are actually two different FCC orders involved in the appeal. They're both being appealed by our coalition. That includes not only Fairfax, but I've lost count of how many cities and counties kind of around the country that are participating in the appeal. And there are other appeals that have also been filed by other groups of local governments, as well as industry appeals. And so the two orders were an order that was adopted in August by the FCC, and that order had to do with moratoriums. And so that was one reason why it's not possible for cities to simply say, we're going to take a break, not accept any applications at all while we figure out what we want to do with our rules. The FCC has basically said, if you were to impose a moratorium or a ban on accepting applications, then that would actually be illegal in their mind. So that was the August order, and then the other was the small cell order, which came out with all of these new definitions and shorter shot clocks and everything else related to the FCC's effort to streamline the process to make it easier for wireless providers to put small cells in the public right-of-way and elsewhere. What has happened with the appeal is the appeals have been filed of both of those orders. There have been reconsideration petitions also filed of both of those orders. We were hoping that there would be no reconsideration petition filed with respect to the small cell order, because what happens when a reconsideration petition gets filed, and that means someone goes to the FCC and they say, you've issued this order, could you reconsider some aspects of it? if there is an appeal filed and a reconsideration request to the agency, then the agency typically goes to the court and says, hold the appeal in abeyance while we reconsider. But it doesn't necessarily stop the effectiveness of the order. So we have separately asked for the FCC to stay the effectiveness of the order, that it would go into effect on January 14th. They have not responded to that request yet, and they have not put it on their agenda for their December meeting. So the next step will most likely be to go and ask a court to do that. And so we don't know if we'll get any stay, so the most prudent thing is to continue to plan for the order going into effect in January as we continue the appeals. That's my update on the status.
So I had submitted about 10 questions, and they kind of related to the ordinance as it's drafted. So if this is a good time to ask those now or wait until after public comment.
So we did send additional emails, but you probably didn't, we did send additional emails, but you probably didn't see Gail's last email. I sent you one, but then Gail sent one. So, but she could just go through the answer. Would you like her to read her
You want me to ask, I can ask the questions and then.
And she could just give the answer? Sure.
Yeah, okay.
But you don't have
Okay.
the one with my answers.
I think it is. I think this is hers, right? You can't see.
Right, yeah. I'm,
Sorry, we're trying to figure out if I printed out the right version. Yeah, because yours has, yeah, see, this is yours. This is yours.
Oh,
See,
okay.
it didn't print out a color.
oh,
That's
okay.
all.
All right,
Okay,
all right.
all right.
I think we're ready.
All right, so AB 57 references when a co-location would be deemed approved. It identifies several requirements. One of them is that the applicant has provided all public notices regarding the application that the applicant is required to provide under applicable laws consistent with public notice requirements for the application. So I wondered what kind of requirements an applicant has for public noticing.
Typically, the only kind of requirement they may have is if there is one in your ordinance that
Okay.
requires a public notice.
Okay. And as our draft is written, it talks about the eligible facility requests. And the way I understand it is that that would require no public input or process. That would just be approved or disapproved by the planning director, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. So that would also include any of those that might be in a residential area?
Yeah, and to explain a little bit why there's sort of a truncated process there, it's because the eligible facilities request is actually a request that is a federally mandated requirement to approve. So if they fall within that box, it has to be approved, and you have no discretion to say no. And so those requests are always where there is already an existing wireless facility of some sort, and they're making a change to it that under federal law and the FCC rules are considered not substantial. So switching out equipment and some things like that. I will tell you personally, I think that the way they defined what is not substantial can be considered fairly substantial, but the law is what the law is, and you would have no discretion to deny those applications.
So that could be a small cell added to an existing.
Yeah, it would be an existing, there's some sort of existing wireless
So like a
facility.
co-location of
Yes.
new equipment onto an existing, let's say, utility pole that's already in our residential?
No, no. So here's where the FCC, there are two different kinds of definitions of co-location at the FCC. When they're talking about co-location in the context of an eligible facilities request, it has to be an existing wireless facility of some sort. So it's some structure Could be a utility pole, or it could be a cell site, or it could be the roof of a building, but it has to already have a wireless facility on it. And that's where you can qualify as potentially as an eligible facilities request, because you're modifying an existing wireless facility. So if there was their other kind of definition of co-location is the one that they use more broadly for small cells or other co-locations, and that can be where there is simply a utility pole that doesn't have any wireless on it, or a street light, for example, no wireless on it, and you're going to co-locate an antenna on it. So they use it in two different terms in two different
But we could
places.
have a utility pole that already has wireless
Yes.
on it now.
And then it could qualify.
Then it could qualify to have like a small cell added
Yes.
to it.
Yes.
So that could already
So it would
theoretically
probably
be in the okay, got
yeah,
it.
it would
All right.
probably already be in the vernacular a small cell that was attached the
Right.
first time around.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. And I guess my next question was, what would be a substantial change? But you kind of inferred that could be a little difficult to define, because substantial change isn't an eligible facility request.
Right. So
Right,
the FCC has a very definite rule. So anything that doesn't qualify as not a substantial change would be
Okay.
considered substantial.
Okay. We have a narrow definition of a pole, and one of my concerns is our street lights downtown. So do those fall into the definition of a pole?
Yeah, so we looked at that, and I don't know if
There's
it-
also a height somewhere in there, like 20 feet or
Right,
something.
so I don't know if it would preclude all the downtown poles, but our ordinance suggests, it requires that equipment needs to be mounted at least 20 feet above the ground. I'm not sure the poles in downtown are 20 feet, with the exception of those on Center Boulevard and a couple of others.
Okay, because when we get into this afterwards, that's, one of the areas that would be one of my concerns with this, that we would be able to exclude those light poles down there from any equipment. So that's why I was asking that question. And how tall can antennas be put onto buildings?
As our ordinance reads, antennas have to be concealed or screened on the building.
But there's no height limit then?
Well, no, because it's as tall as the building. And like, I guess if there's a church tower, or there's a tower or something, it could be built into that, but it can't be higher than that
I'm
unless it be
thinking
screened or concealed.
freestanding.
Oh, you mean a freestanding antenna?
Like an antenna that you
No,
just...
it has to be concealed or screened
Right.
within the
All
building.
right. Okay. And when we talked about our applicability table for the areas, we didn't have open space in there as one of the zones.
Right, so you can add that.
All right, all right.
There's only one zone in town, that's Deer Park.
And it doesn't mention encroachment permits as being needed.
In general, with exception of emergencies, encroachment permits required by all utilities, whether they're, say they're working on the ground, whether they're actually encroaching, like in the sidewalk or the
Right.
road, but if they're just working on their poles, they still get an encroachment permit because they're in our right-of-way working.
So
their
if that
vehicles.
was something that had to come to the planning commission, that would also be something that would come to the planning commission as a part of a
Those encroachment
packet.
permits don't go to the planning
Okay.
commission. They all come to staff, but they're required to have an encroachment permit.
Okay, all right. And historic designations for our downtown area, while we don't have official historic designations yet, we do have, areas downtown where we have murals on the sides of buildings. So can we exempt certain areas or types of, okay.
Yeah, so you could build that into design
Okay.
standards.
All right. And then my last question. The code talks about each pole mounted wireless telecommunication facility must be separated by at least 1,500 feet. But I wasn't clear as to what it was separated from. Was the intent there that each pole would be 1,500 feet from the next pole that has equipment on it?
Yes, that's correct. 1,500 feet between any pole that has equipment on it.
Any other commissioners have question of staff or council? Okay, hearing none. Can we move the microphone up to the podium to open up the public hearing? And if you would care to speak, you can come up and please identify yourself. We're going to limit speakers to 3 minutes. And if you are a Fairfax resident, if you could let us know that, that'd be great. Thank you.
Ready?
Yeah, maybe you can move the mic up a little to get to your voice there.
How's that? This?
There you go.
Richard Applebaum, 61 Woodland. I'm also a member of 5G Free Marin and the Fairfax Task Force. We have a slightly different interpretation. We think we have a disconnect with the report you got from staff. We recall being at the September 26th meeting, and the emergency ordinance that was put in was based on a Mill Valley template. In the 2 months that have gone by since then, and even prior to then, this group has been extremely active. We've been interfacing with other towns and other meetings and gathering information all over Marin, California, and the country. And at the time of the 26th meeting, we asked for Title 19 to be kept intact and for a new Title 20 to be created that addresses the 5G only. And the way we remember that meeting ending was that that's where we were, that the emergency ordinance was called Title 20, 19 was being left alone. Since then, we've also looked at Title 13, which deals with antennas, and we believe there are some strong protections in 13 and 19 as they are. And we've sent letter to Town Council and Commission recently indicating that the strategy that we would like to see employed is retaining Title 13, retaining 19 as is, which has within it also the de facto smart meter ban from PG&E. And we have grave concerns about losing protections that we already have that are in the old 19. The very framing of the agenda item using the word consolidation is not a word that makes us feel good. That makes us feel like something's getting smaller and mushed together. We gave papers with a lot of research and a lot of things to council at that meeting. We gave things to the last meeting with you guys, and new things have just been delivered to you now that have like 25 items in it that we believe give us a lot of ammunition to go into this. We've also seen emerging ordinances in San Anselmo and other places that have some really powerful language and have done some really great thinking. And so the ordinance that we want is going to be the best of all of that. We want our input to matter. We want to feel a collaborative sense that we're working with the town, that this is being taken seriously. And because of what you just heard from town manager, that 19 is a very long, there's a lot of language in there. We don't have confidence that there's going to be a word-by-word, line-by-line process that retains everything that we want to keep from that old ordinance. So I understand that there can be some conflicts that can come up, but I'm sure that the legal team can figure out ways to deal with a 20 and a 19. So I just want to be very, very clear that I, as a person, I believe our entire group, and we've sent you a letter about this, that's the strategy we would like. We would like to leave 13, 19, and a new 20. So I just want to really be clear about that. Others are going to talk about the 25 things that we've got to say, and they're going to contribute, and so that's pretty much what I've got.
Thank you very much.
Good evening, Commissioners. Frank Ager, 13 Meadow Way in Fairfax. You know, it was clear at your last meeting, where a number of us were here in attendance, that you had a pretty good handle on what was going on with 5G and the attempt by the telecom industry to take over our public right-of-ways. Just a couple of key issues. Fairfax has long been in the forefront of protecting its residents from adverse impacts of issues like pesticide use and EMFs. In the 1960s, Fairfax passed an ordinance, Section 13, to prohibit above-ground electrical facilities, including telephone poles and antennas, in the downtown underground districts. At the last meeting, I asked that you have staff provide you mapping of those underground utility districts downtown. I don't think you have that map before you, so you really don't know where the underground districts are. In the 1990s, Fairfax passed an ordinance regulating antenna facilities throughout Fairfax. And to my knowledge, no applicant has successfully navigated the town code to have a cell tower approved. The town council agreed to have a standalone small cell ordinance. At their meeting, the direction of the Planning Commission was to keep Section 19 as it is and have a new Section 20. I asked you to keep any single cell 5G ordinance a standalone ordinance. Don't mix them up with either 19 or 13. Don't consolidate them. A small cell 5G ordinance will not help Fairfax in emergency situations. Don't be fooled by the telecom industry. The Trump administration and the telecom industry believe they can override Fairfax laws and take over the public right-of-way. They can't. We're fighting the Trump administration on every level throughout this country. I don't care if it's immigration, offshore oil drilling, river issues, salmon issues, and we're in state and federal courts all over the country. And so, don't capitulate to those folks in Washington, because we need to stand up for our community here in Fairfax. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Planning Commission. First, I just want to say I've been impressed by your spirited, dedicated, out-of-the-box approach to this issue, and I want to thank you for your thoughtful, proactive, and creative manner that you're approaching this ordinance. It's really critical, as Frank just said. I agree with the comments that just came before, and I also truly appreciate the fact that you're taking the time and energy to make the best, clearest decisions and recommendations on this for the Town Council. So we've provided you with a hard copy that we just handed out of our ordinance recommendations, 25 specific items that can potentially be used legally in this wireless ordinance to make it stronger and much more effective. Many of these items have been used successfully elsewhere. So we're asking that you review this document now along with us as we discuss the topics listed, and we'll refer to them by number. I will be addressing several items, starting with item 1, zoning and other prohibitions at the top. So we currently have residential zoning prohibited in the ordinance, but all other zones listed in order of preference where the telecoms can freely go. We are asking that you prohibit all zones in which there is residential, which means eliminating the CC, CL, and PD zones. We recommend keeping CS and CH only as allowable zones, but further restricting those areas by parcel delineation to be reviewed and approved by you, the Planning Commission. This was actually a great suggestion that one of you made at the last meeting. Thank you. We also ask that you eliminate the language in the current draft stating in the public right-of-way, with the closest district being the commercial district, and we can provide more information about that later. Next, I will address number 7 on the list, undergrounding. Here in Fairfax, we have several undergrounding districts. Because of that, we are permitted to require the telecoms to underground their equipment. We're asking you to omit the language, if feasible, in the ordinance and change that to a requirement to underground. So this is currently a loophole as is. With regards to zoning, as discussed, we urge the town to restrict installation to just those underground districts. We've learned from Trip May, the wireless legal counsel to San Anselmo, that undergrounding can cost telecoms 3 to 10 times as much as installing equipment on poles, and is very possible to do in a town with undergrounding districts as we have here. Next, I'll talk about co-location, which was brought up by Cindy Swift just a little while ago, number 8. Co-location is the addition of multiple antennas on an existing antenna structure. Rules in California, as we just heard, provide telecoms a green light with virtually no controls or regulations by local jurisdictions. So that means equipment could go up multiple times on the same pole with no regulation. This would increase all the risks we have spoken about and increase the density of signal as well. Co-location may be difficult to fight in places where there's already existing equipment. So existing co-location laws must be understood as they represent a serious problem for the town. State law indicates that once any antenna equipment's on a pole, then all subsequent applications for that pole are automatically de facto pre-approved. This needs to be considered as we design this ordinance.
Thanks.
I'm wrapping up.
Jess, okay.
So we do need to have language that does not allow those rules to be abused. So finally, I want to emphasize the importance of the public process. We've all been seeing, as you will hear from others tonight, examples of public process and hearings that are required, that are really successful in other towns and cities, and that's in number 3. This is all about what we can do, not just what we're limited to and what we can't do. So thank you again for your persistence, energy, and careful attention to this ordinance. We know you are the ones who are able to help us craft the strongest, best ordinance we have yet in the state of California. Thank you.
Thank you. And really appreciate this handout. Thank you very much. Okay, I think we got that one, Roberta, but thank you. Pass that down.
Hi, Roberta Anthony's, 2 Snowden, Fairfax. Thanks for hearing us. I've been pouring through other people's ordinances, which is a bleary-eyed endeavor, but I've picked out the best things I could find from those ordinances, and I'd like to ask you to consider them. Number 24 in your packet refers to an annual recertification clause for all facilities, and I think this is a really wise thing to do. Burlington, Massachusetts did do it, and it worked very well. Verizon was kind of sent packing as a result. It's not prohibitive, and it's not gratuitously burdensome, but it's a wise policy. In particular, letter E is excellent, where they basically say that if you don't comply with our requirements, you may no longer ask for new applications. They became sort of like the soup Nazis of 5G, which I think is fabulous. Referring to number 9 in your packet, please make our exceptions chapter a limited exceptions chapter as per San Anselmo's ordinance. They have an excellent section in their ordinance on exceptions. They have a 5-step approach to what has to be done in order to apply for an exception. It's very specific and it's very challenging. They also allow for a town expert to hire an expert to review or rebut any exception request at the expense of the applicant, which is also a great provision to keep them honest. And they also allow for any individual or entity to appeal any approval. So they're tough requirements, but they're also not prohibitive. This might be a good place to add the ADA if you wanted to really be bold. You'd be putting the ADA up basically right against the FTA, which is a gutsy move. But if you don't decide to do that, I hope that you will replace the ADA that was in the old ordinance. It was taken out of the most recent version, and I think we need to use that law. Lastly, number 25 in your packet. Please take a look at our purpose and intent passage, I think which should be more robust. San Anselmo has one that's slightly more robust than ours, but I think both of them can be better. This is not a statement of requirements that can be prohibitive to telecoms. This is basically a statement of who we are, what our character is, what we stand for, what we want in our town. And we should define our values as we see fit, not as they're defined by the FCC or the FTA. We should refer to our intent to promote public health and public safety and welfare, and specifically to protect residents from the effects of non-ionizing radiation, not just radiation that exceeds FCC limits. That's like saying, we want to protect you from the big bad wolf, but only if his teeth exceed 6 inches. Because of course we all know that a wolf with 6-inch teeth is a safe pet, right? So we know they're wrong, we know they're overstepping, we know the FCC standards are not viable, and if we don't make a public statement in our ordinance about who we are and what we stand for, then we're basically saying we'll accommodate you anyway. So please be tough and take a look at all these recommendations, and I thank you very much for your attention. We really appreciate it.
Thank you.
A little short. So my name is Anahar. I'm from Greenbrae. I want to thank you for listening to us and really taking this in. We did a lot of hard work on doing this in the last meeting. You did a lot of hard work also, so thank you for being here. I'd like to address 14, if you would look at your packet, schools and child care centers, extremely important. I have a grandchild. Her name is Mila. She was born with a compromised immune system and has various complications and symptoms already. She is being exempt from having vaccinations because of her health challenge. Imagine what this will do if we have 4G and 5G on poles for children like Mila, who are already compromised. Already the paramedics have been to their house twice because of her condition. And I'm sure there are many more children that are in that kind of state. And the compromised immune system is such a big one. And it affects their brain. It's scientifically proven that for children, because of their soft brains, the radiation goes deeper in and quicker in. Imagine what will happen if the telecom companies are allowed to go anywhere near schools and child care facilities. We're asking for 1,000, but personally I think we need more than that for children and for schools because of who they are. They need a private, safe space for schools, and if that doesn't happen, if you look and see, you can see that we're already discussing in our family that what are we going to do with our kids, especially with Mila? Will she have to go to a private school in another town? Who ends up paying for that? Does the family end up paying for it? Can we make the telecom companies responsible for that? That is a great way to stop them from coming even near schools and near child care facilities. The other ordinance that I'm looking at, and which I'd like you to also look at with me, is the healthcare facilities. Again, it's about the brain, because in Fairfax, the medical health facility, I think you have one, and it's for brain injuries. And the recovery of somebody with this kind of complication, having extra pieces of compromise for their brain, for their immune system, of trying to get well, would be just impossible. It would be impossible for them. I already know what a compromised immune system is like. I have one. And I know how hard I work to keep myself in a good condition. And so we're asking you, because you're part of you're the zoning commission, for this, to take this into consideration for the children, for the adults with brain injuries. And, my last comment is, this is a no-brainer. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Leah Wildflower, and I live and work here in Fairfax. And I want to talk about number 12 and 13. So please turn there with me. Number 12 is about the decorative light poles, which were mentioned. We'd like to ask you to prohibit installations on all decorative light poles. It's kind of like, what is a decorative light pole? Like, is it a really nice pole with like a cell tower on it? I don't think so. But in Fairfax, we have asked for this prohibition to protect our street lamps from a 50% height increase. Amend by adding the downtown decorative street light poles are exempt from this section. And they're quite lovely. So, and number 13, view sheds and aesthetic considerations. View sheds and general aesthetics need to be considered via the design review process for all applications with full public noticing and involvement. Considerations should include historic preservation, considerations and the general aesthetic character of our towns, like what makes Fairfax Fairfax, right? Those murals on the walls and such. Facilities must not disrupt or alter the aesthetic beauty or historic character of the town. I mean, what is Fairfax? This is what makes us Fairfax. So this should be subject to review by the Town Planning Commission and approved by the Town Council. And I just want to say on a personal note, like, the reason why I'm standing up here and talking about this is because when I'm in regular 5 gigahertz Wi-Fi, I feel like, have you ever accidentally touched a live electrical wire and this really weird goosey feeling goes through your arms and legs? And then your heart just feels like it's pounding? That's what I feel when I'm around 5 gigahertz Wi-Fi. So that is why I'm taking my time to talk to you guys, and I can't even imagine children being exposed to that and you know, I'm 56, but anyway, thank you so much for your consideration and for protecting us and protecting the character of our town.
Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Lauren Tamkin. I live here in Fairfax. I've grown up here my whole life, and basically I do recall when cell phones even started to exist, and Fairfax was one of the top towns in Marin that were very, very much against having cell phone towers here, period. It took a long time, and I don't even know how it ended up happening, for towers to start seeping in. At this point, with everything I'm hearing about 5G and the large frequencies, having them all over town, you have to have them in smaller zones because they don't travel as far. I'm kind of blown away, and I'm actually really freaked out. I grew up here, and I feel like I need to move. If we are even considering any of these spots, I don't see how we can pick and choose these areas when you have to have a large number of these towers to even work. Like the frequencies are shorter, so there needs to be more of them for them to even work. That was my understanding. But I'm just incredibly freaked out. And I'm not with any organization. I don't have any papers or anything to refer to. I'm just basically a citizen here. I grew up here, went to Drake High. And I don't like to see where this town is going. I feel like the technology is like taking over our town now, and now we're not even holding them back. So I'm just really freaked out, and I really, really hope that you guys stay on the right side of history. Please? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Vicki Sievers. I'm with the EMF Safety Network. I do education and outreach for that organization, and I'm a San Rafael resident. And this is brief. I just wanted to come tonight and toss out a commendation. As you can imagine, I've been to many, many public meetings, but last month was my first ever Fairfax Planning Commission meeting, and I was impressed, and I want you to know that. I was impressed with your perseverance, your manner of deliberation, that thorough deliberation, your questions. 10 questions were out here tonight. You're a question-asking body, obviously. Your sense of purpose and responsibility was ever evident that evening. You seem to have the disposition and the resourcefulness to consider particularly effective measures like the Burlington, Massachusetts measure and the Montgomery County, Maryland measure. These are councils and planning commissions that have clearly gone beyond, done runarounds and thinking out of the box that you, to me, are quite capable of, so thank you. You couldn't have better help and support than you have among your residents in this town, that's for sure. It's amazing.
Thank you.
Beautiful. Yay. My name is Kaya Bozy, and I live in Forest Knolls. And I do professional EMF analysis in people's homes. And the reason I do it is because I actually cultivated a sensitivity to wireless technology. And so I ended up using that to study with an engineer and an electrical contractor who's a professional in that field to be able to support other people because there's just so much that's going on. So the reality is that microwaves love liquidy fluids. They love water. And microwaves love children and babies. So I'm addressing number 14, I believe it is. So children's brains actually have a lot more fluid in them. And one of the ways is that if you think about it, if you stick a cup of water or coffee into a microwave, it vibrates the molecules And because it's liquid, it can move really, really quickly, and it can heat really quickly. So that's one of the cons with children. The other thing is that their skulls are really thin. So remember when you were little and a baby came in the house and your mother would be like, don't touch up on the top part of the skull, that area, because it's still developing. Well, it's true for children, and actually all of the skulls are really, really thin. So radiation can actually penetrate through the whole brain of a child. It's not just penetrating a few inches like it does with adults. And that comes from Dr. David O. Carpenter, MD, Director of the Institute of Health and Environment at the University of Albany, and he's also the co-editor of the Bioinitiative Report. And I think you're probably all familiar with that. That's one of the main treatises or compendiums that people are using. Prolonged exposure for children. The other thing is that they're in commercial Wi-Fi exposure in schools already. So in addition, having 5G towers outside or at their home is just going to amplify what's going on. So one of the main things is it affects the melatonin levels in children, and the melatonin actually gets destroyed, and that affects the sleep cycles, and it also, melatonin is one of the main factors in fighting cancer. And so that also shows up in other ways, like through the LED lights. There's a whole host of things that are happening in our environment right now. But with the Wi-Fi on top of it, the wireless technologies, I mean, it's crazy. We're microwaving ourselves. So you know what it's like when you stick a potato in the microwave. We're doing that. So children need sleep for repair, to be skillful at school, to be able to communicate with the other children, to ward off disease and any sort of physical calamities. And the reality is, this is from 2015, the American Language Speech Association reported that 59% of the children ages of 8 years and younger actually had tablet computers or tablets of some kind. This is 3 years ago. 52% use smartphones. So I mean, you can imagine what it is now. So the exposure is huge.
Okay,
and I'm done. So thank you so much. We're at a critical juncture in this worldwide epidemic, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Bob Ernst. I live in San Rafael. I'd like you to refer to items 10 and 11. Please take a look at those in the recommendations sheet. It's fire hazard and other hazard potential. A full fire hazard potential assessment must be conducted that includes the presence of nearby vegetation and structures. All materials in the facilities must be disclosed, including hazardous materials in any and all of the equipment. No poles should be overloaded such that a risk is created for life or property. There should be no co-location of equipment on such facilities. Mechanical consideration poles and other structures must exceed general guidelines to ensure they can withstand earthquakes and storms. There are studies that show equipment killing trees and increasing drying local vegetation through desiccation, which of course creates further fire hazards. This needs further assessment that we can provide. 11 is other hazards. 5G equipment is frequently installed on poles underneath or adjacent to electrical wires and equipment, which has been proven to be the cause of several of the recent local fires, Santa Clara, Camp, Malibu. Additionally, as indicated above, as I just mentioned, studies show how equipment killing and drying out adjacent vegetation. Please see the additions to Chapter 20 in Fairfax attached Peter Lack's proposed changes to Urgency Ordinance in 926, which is also listed in the findings sections of the ordinance, attachment number 4, Peter Lack's recommendations. And I would like to make just a personal point and a point of, I think, logic. The LA firefighters in March of 2015 halted construction of cell towers on their stations, all of them, because of, and I quote, radiation concerns, and the construction was pushed through without proper oversight, 2015. Now, if professional firemen don't want it in their neighborhoods, and it's so disorients them that they can't find their way home from a fire, please explain to me why I should want it in mine. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kathleen Boggs. I live in San Anselmo. My son attends White Hill. We already know that RF radiation far below the FCC exposure limits does great harm. Hundreds of peer review reports confirm that seemingly low non-thermal RF radiation significantly increases malignant tumors of the brain and nerves, as well as damage to the heart and DNA. Sadly, brain tumors are now the leading cancer among adolescents, and a third of all cancers in children 0 to 14 are cancers of the brain and central nervous system. I'm here to ask the council to, to pay attention to number 14 and 16 as far as keeping these safe distances and far distances from our kids, from our schools. We can't let our kids be further victims of untested and unsafe technologies. Placing antennas in close proximities of where we should feel safe, our homes, our schools, without consideration of the health of occupants is outrageous. So as number 14 states, keeping a buffer distance of 1,000 feet minimum from schools. Number 16 talks about establishing setbacks in antenna intervals, like you had mentioned before, so distances between the antennas. I also, since I wrote my talking points, I had an interesting and kind of concerning visit with my doctor this afternoon, and she actually stated that one of the ailments she most frequently hears from patients is that of trouble focusing, concentration, brain fog, distracted and disorganized thinking, all of which she recognizes RF radiation is known to do, this digital dementia. How are we affecting and damaging our body electric and brains? We need to recognize that we may be further impacting learning and development by putting more RF radiation anywhere near our schools and child cares and our kids, where kids developing bodies and brains, to Kaya's point, need to focus and concentrate, and they're much more susceptible to this. So I guess I just would like to reiterate keeping protective distances from schools, child care, and homes, being very strategic and deliberate with placement. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
There are 2 articles in each.
Thank you.
Have one for staff. Why don't you give one of those to staff? We can share. And thank you.
Good evening. My name is Kim Han. I'm from San Rafael, and I've seen you before. I'm talking tonight about item number 18, trees, which is what I just gave you a couple of articles about. The town of Fairfax has a tree ordinance that requires a permitting process to remove trees. Fairfax has a committee that reviews applications and make recommendations for approval or disapproval. There are studies that show cell tower radiation kills trees. The study we recently reviewed was focused on cell towers installed in trees, but any trees in close proximity would have similar effects. And I've given you 2 examples of those. Telecoms would need to do a tree analysis within a certain number of feet of antennas, and if there is a risk of killing trees, the telecoms should be required to apply for a tree removal permit if equipment is installed within 100 feet of trees. And my second item would be number 17, Endangered and Threatened Species and the Endangered Species Act, which is a federal law. Fairfax is home to several endangered and threatened species. Here in Fairfax, we have spotted owls, and in our creeks, we have threatened steelhead and other listed species. We need to review the Natural Resources Database to see what other listed species we have here. There are increasing numbers of studies emerging that focus on insect and other wildlife impacts from this technology, using provisions in the Endangered Species Act, could support their protection and limit exposure, creating a rationale for buffers. More research is needed here, and we can help in this area. And I'd like to read you the script from a YouTube video that's known as 5G Test Wipes Out Birds in Area. A man named David Slinger from England has written this, and this is his quote. 5G is killing birds. What is it doing to us? If you want to reduce your local bird population, there seems to be a simple solution. Set up a 5G tower and watch them fall to the ground. This is what happened at a 5G site in Holland recently. The location was the Hofkade in The Hague, and the 5G mast was set up to test for any damage to nearby equipment. As soon as the transmitter was fired up, birds fell dead from the trees. On the following days, a nearby park experienced multiple bird deaths as follows. Friday, October 19th, and 30 dead starlings. Wednesday, October 24th, 30 dead starlings. Thursday, October 25th, 88 dead starlings. Thursday, November 1st, 138 dead starlings and 2 dead wood pigeons. Friday, November 2nd, 7 dead starlings. And Saturday, November 3rd, 44 dead starlings. The birds were found under the trees where they normally slept. A sample of the birds was examined and was found to be free of any virus or detectable illness. They are still planning to roll out this technology worldwide, and many people are already living as close, if not closer, to these towers as the birds were perched. In a world that seems to lack sanity and have little regard for human life and well-being, perhaps we shouldn't be surprised at this. Perhaps those of us who still have a measurable amount of common sense should do something, and I hope you do. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
What are we doing here? Is this one?
It's just on.
This
Just
is
go
on-
ahead.
It's on now? Okay. Hi, Mallory Guidheim, Willow Avenue. That was amazing. But, all right, I think the only people that are going to benefit from this are AT&T and Verizon, who are in bed with the government, therefore the FCC. And I don't think it's going to benefit anybody here. Everybody that has spoken tonight is against this in this town. And if there are people who are not against this, it's sort of like pro-life people. Just do your thing. If you want to have better coverage, then buy a little portable cell tower. We don't need that. And the people should have a choice who live here whether they want that or not. I have a friend who's in the telecommunications business, and he actually told me that what we have now is not much more than what 5G is going to do, except as a health hazard. I don't think we need any more coverage than we have now. We stood up, we could stand up to the FCC the way we stood up to PG&E. We don't have smart meters. Why are we even having this conversation? Nobody wanted smart meters. What are we doing even talking about this thing? That's even worse. I just think it's overkill. We don't need it. I'm against it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Valerie Hood, Fairfax. Sorry. So much has been said tonight. The first night that we came and sat here and talked about this, many people came and spoke really well, but we've become far more organized. One of the reasons we wanted to do that is because we know you guys have a lot on your plate, and it's not fair that you should have to spend 12 hours a day, as we all have, since finding out about 5G, to try to educate ourselves on this. And you guys have caught up so quick. Your comments and questions have been so amazing. And I just wanted to thank you so much from that first meeting, how far we've all come together. I just wanted to tell you that on February 5th, Supervisor Rodoni
and Damon Connolly are putting together a 5G forum. At least that's their tentative date at this point. And recently, a few of us that are in this room staged a 5G forum at Community Media Center of Marin, which you'll now be able to watch. And I think you can find it at archive.org. If that doesn't work, I know I sent it to Mimi, and maybe she can send it around to everybody. But it was really well attended, and we had former council members there. We had Supervisor Rodoni, and there were some really beautiful statements made, and I hope you'll all take the time. One of the people that came was Jacqueline Chan, a well-known doctor in our area, and she talked about people that are now coming into her practice with symptoms that are just fall right under the EMF exposure category. And they've gone around to so many different doctors, and they have had no relief, no help. And she's doing whatever she can, and she said that she has become an activist over this just because she had hardly any way of knowing how to treat those people, and she's just seen escalation in numbers, not just in adults, but children too. So I thought that was an important thing. The last thing, I know, there was one more thing I'll say really quick, and that is we don't have insurance for this kind of technology on our light poles, and PG&E doesn't want to pay it, and we're getting down to, I think, one insurance company that's even willing to cover it. So I'd really look into the insurance part as a really good means of blocking it. Lastly, if you could please urge the Marin County Board of Supervisors to become the legal umbrella under which we all defend ourselves. If our town could reach out to the other towns and be that emissary to form a group and say, we will resist and we need you to step forward and be our legal umbrella, then we can combine our resources. They can't pick us off one by one. So power to the people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi guys, I'm Liz Dietrich, born and raised in Marin County, and I currently live in San Anselmo. I wanted to bring your attention to number 3 on the ordinance recommendation sheet that you guys received from Jess and Andy. Public process. Upon proposal of any wireless facilities from telecoms, we recommend that the applicant, town, or town must notify all residents within 3,000 feet of the proposed antenna location via the town's website, postings, and paper mail. During the application process, the town must provide a public comment period and schedule meetings to address questions and concerns about the proposed facility. Telecoms are required to use story pole mock-ups to demonstrate actual size and visual impact of equipment. Public notice mailings should include information about the notification contents on the outside of the envelope, such as notice of nearby cell antenna proposal, to ensure the public sees and has an opportunity to fully participate. So I just wanted to bring your attention to that. Thank you so much for your time, you guys.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Janet Fitzgerald, and I live in Fairfax. Relatively new here, about 1.5 years. And one reason I moved here was because it's green, right? So I mentioned maybe last time that I'm a 21-year ovarian cancer survivor ×2. And I have a daughter who I take care of myself. And if she doesn't have me, she doesn't really have much. So I need to stay alive. And I feel like my skin is really in this game, if you know what I mean, okay? So I'm appealing to you. And I wanted to start with a thank you, so let me add that now. Thank you. I think you've heard everyone here is in agreement that we're teaming with you and that we appreciate what you do. We know it's late and you're tired and you work hard on this, but we're with you and we will help you. We will volunteer our hours to help you. We're here for you. And we hope that you're here for us. What I really want to say from my heart, separate from any notes, is that there's something that just doesn't make sense. No one wants this. I mean, maybe 1%, that's not enough. 99% of this town doesn't want this. For fire, for safety, for property values, no reason to have this, right? We don't need it. Driverless cars, no thank you. And that is a big part of behind this, right? We know that there's money involved. Yes, telecom, FCC. One thing that we haven't brought up that I want to bring up is the person who oversees this administration, where this dictum comes from, has pretty much told us that he values money over the torture of a journalist, right? That's who we're taking our orders from, that man who doesn't care about torturing a journalist but cares about money and who has proven lies. That's who we're listening to, the playground bully. He's got tremendous power. We have to ask ourselves, do we really want to listen to this man? I don't think so. And I think if we do reach out to all the other cities, there's got to be a way, right? National Cities Association, reach out, join. What's the FCC going to say if we all say no? That's one, okay? But connected to that thought is, because there's been a lot on the news today, I'm sure you have heard a couple things. What if Trump gets impeached? That just might change things up. So I suggest we have an alternative plan. Because if he goes, this might go too. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good evening again, everybody. Andy Perry. I live on 10 Cypress Drive. I want to continue going through the list, beginning with number 2, property values. And I want to call your attention to the handout that I gave you. I'm going to lay a couple of statistics out. The National Institute for Science, Law, and Public Policy did a 2014 study. 94% of respondents reported that cell towers and antennas in a neighborhood or a building would impact interest in a property. And the numbers are significant as to what those reductions would be, up to 20%. That is, people would pay 20% less. $1 million house is not that rare in Fairfax. If $1 million home were reduced by 20%, that would make it an $800,000 home, $700,000 home, $540,000 home. The corporations have used takings, that is the reduction or elimination of property due to environmental laws, over and over and over again to win cases throughout the history of since the 70s, since environmental law was created. I think that we should be thinking seriously about property, which exists in the US Constitution something like 4 times and is one of the most sacred things in this country in terms of law and in terms of values. That's the first item. And again, number 2 there has some information as well as the handout. The second item refers to the permitting process. The town must adopt rigorous permitting process. There are 2 documents that you have before you, one of them from Burlington, the town of Burlington, which excellent document. This is language that's already written. If you like it, I would love it if you direct staff to consider everything that's in here. The information here can be taken directly, and I wanted to call attention also to the recertification that was already mentioned earlier. That's on the 3rd page of this Burlington document. The second document that we've given you on permitting comes from Frank Leahy in Mill Valley. It says new permit and process recommendations for installing. I obviously don't have time to go over each of these, but there's a lot of tremendous, well-researched information here to maximize the quality of permitting that we should have to make it maximize safety for us. One of the elements of that has to do with monitoring. There was a discussion before the town council of should we have it once a year or twice a year. This equipment can be changed. Signal strength can be changed remotely. I would like to see consideration in this of ongoing monitoring, live 24/7 monitoring, not just someone coming out once a year to test the signal. That doesn't seem like it's at all even near adequate. There is some language here on that on number 5. And then the final point I wanted to make had to do with cultural resources. We are asking for undergrounding. Even though CEQA doesn't apply, the elements of CEQA can apply if you want them to apply. And any cultural resources, any location where they're considering putting equipment, if they do dig in the ground, there needs to be language suggesting or requiring that they consider cultural resources. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
my name is Bonnie McMurray. I live in San Anselmo, and I just want to say I agree with everybody's opinion that's come up here so far, and thank you for listening. I was going to talk about number 3, about the public process of being notified when a cell tower goes up. I have a lot of concerns because I know I have a friend who's a Mason, and he goes to a Mason Lodge in Sonoma County, and he was telling me last weekend that they asked him recently if he would like to put a cell tower in the lodge that, be hidden, I guess, in it. And so I'm getting really paranoid about this. I just want to know where every single cell tower goes, and I want it to be public knowledge. I feel like I've got a child, her immune system is compromised. My sleep is compromised. That's why I look like Elton John here, because I cannot bear the blue light that comes from the headlights on the car. I mean, just weird technology stuff, and I was never like this, ever. So I have a really hard time sleeping. I have 8 smart meters on my wall where I rent my apartment. I don't have the money to move anywhere else. And, I'm making the best of it. I'm doing all the kinds of, I'm doing earthing, I'm doing all kinds of weird things that I never would have thought of doing. But it is helping. But if you put these, these towers everywhere and you don't let people know where they are, they won't have the option of even knowing they should move. And like me, might have their Wi-Fi in their bedroom, which I didn't even know that was a bad thing back in back in 20, I guess it was 2012. So I think we have to really make that really clear where these towers are going, and to make sure that kids have as least exposure as possible. I teach kids to read, and I have noticed the incredible difference between their attention span when I first started back in 2003 to right now when I'm at their house and Alexis or whoever that Siri or these people are talking and telling people to turn the oven down, and I'm like, what? And there's Bluetooth everywhere. But okay, so we have these things, and it's somewhat tolerable, even though I teach kids under tables. I'm not kidding. I will follow people. I will follow my children under the table, on top of the table, wherever I have to do to get the reading lesson done. But I just really feel like if we add this cell phone tower situation and make it worse, that we're really going to have kids who just can't concentrate. I mean, you can tell I have a hard time concentrating myself. So anyway, thank you for listening and for being here. And I hope that Fairfax will lead the way so that all of our other communities can follow suit. And you've always done it, so please don't let us down this time. Okay.
Thank you very much. Not hearing or seeing anyone else who's going to come up, I'm going to close the public hearing at this time and bring it back to the commissioners. And before I open it up to the rest of the commissioners, I just want to applaud everybody who came here tonight. I especially think the ordinance recommendations that you all not only took the time to prepare, but shared so that you all stayed within your 3 minutes was brilliant and wonderful, and you guys rock. So with that being said, does anybody want to start this conversation?
I will say this, that of all the paper that we were given in this hearing, this Burlington, Massachusetts recertification affidavit, I would like to have some attention paid to, because it's a thing where, well, we don't want redundant, and we don't want disused, and we don't want increased power when we don't know it, and stuff like that. So thank you for this very much.
Okay, so I'm going to go down my list. I noticed throughout the draft we talked about what our preferences were, and if feasible. We use that term, if feasible, throughout the majority of of the code. And one of the questions that I had in my mind was, you know, how do we address that with an applicant? Do we have the applicant come in and, as a part of the application, discuss why things aren't feasible? I mean, I think, you know, some of the members that spoke talked about exceptions. And I'd like to see if there's any way where, in reviewing the code, where we say, if feasible, we can either strengthen that or make sure that in an application process, there's some kind of due diligence on the part of the applicant that they really have to address those items. Also, a question that I had in mind, and some folks talked about it with trees, where, you know, we have a tree committee, and we're doing things with other types of applications that come before the Planning Commission, where we share those. At the same time, we send things out to fire and other agencies to review. If there's a way the tree committee can have some input or some part of this process with these. And I know some of the concerns are going to be with things, you know, like the eligible facility requests. But I would like to see our tree committee participate in this process, if possible. The ordinance talks, I think 1904-050-A9, but it discusses permit application requirements and the need for evidence from the equipment manufacturer that the ambient noise emitted from the proposed equipment will not individually and collectively exceed applicable limits. And the question that I had is, if my understanding, if one unit could have multiple devices from different manufacturers on there, how would the equipment manufacturer be able to attest to all of the noise levels from different equipment? It kind of didn't make sense to me, so if we could look at that, and maybe it's just my not understanding that. I want our decorative light poles in the downtown protected. One of my concerns is with the eligible facility requests that there's no public comment period, no public notice necessarily. They come in, and I know there's concern because you've got a short time frame to address approving or disapproving them.
Okay, sorry, let me just clarify. So if an application qualifies as an eligible facilities request, and there are several criteria that they would have to meet, then you have no discretion. You have to approve it. So the threshold question where you have a job to do is to determine whether it qualifies or not. But once you determine that it qualifies, that's the end of your discretion. So it's only an approval at that point.
Right, but, and I guess where I was going to with that is that doesn't preclude us from publicizing the request that comes in. So my thinking on this was the town could develop some kind of a public notice that they could define what needed to be put in there. That could be part of the requirement for the applicant to provide that electronically in a PDF format or whatever, and that could go on our website so that there is some type of notice of those eligible facility requests.
We'd have to look at that a little more closely because as I'm recalling, there are also limitations on what, in the FCC rules and the order, there are limitations on what you can ask for in an application for an eligible facilities request as well. And I'm not sure if they say anything about noticing.
Okay, so if it doesn't preclude it, I think that would be good for the community to be able to see those coming in.
And, I would just add that certainly, even if it precluded it, that the applicant could not do it, it wouldn't, the town could still do it if they felt that that was a policy decision that you wanted
Right,
to
and I
make.
was just trying to alleviate.
Yeah, the cost
extra
issue, yeah.
From, you know. So buffer zones, we've talked a little bit about endangered species. I'd like to see how we can address that further. I mean, we have spotted owl nest and that type of thing, if there's a way to strengthen that with these. I was on the town's website looking for something today and noticed that we don't test our sirens when we're in the spotted owl nesting season. According to the website, we don't, so there's a period of time in the year that we don't theoretically, you know, test the sirens. So, I mean, I think we need to look at where we can strengthen that within the code. I had also thought about story poles, so for new applications, if there's a way to require those, that would be great. The draft talks about, in 1904-050A8, talks about that the applicant would provide a written description of the geographic service area, and I would like to see if that could also be a map. Exhibit A, page 9. Yeah. I mean, that, you know, the written description is one thing, but I think having a geographic map showing is a lot clearer. The design and development standards talks about basic the zone administrator can grant an extension. That's in 1904-070. But it doesn't state how long that extension would be for. So maybe, I don't know if it's feasible versus a date certain to have a not to exceed on how much we can give that one extension. We talk about lighting, if poles need lighting. I'd like that to be dark skies compliant. And also, if there's a way to regulate the color of the lights, the color temperature of the lighting. I already mentioned, like in the historic area where we have, you know, some of the buildings have historic things like the murals that the community would want to protect. So if we can look at how we address that. The recertification, I agree, I like that, you know, having that stronger. I also want to see the open space zone added to the applicability map, and also if we have like deeded public access in properties like, you know, the Victory Village or any of that, that we have that addressed and precluded. I think that's it.
Okay.
Commissioner Fregosa, would you like to say a few thoughts about this? Commissioner Gonzalez-Parber?
Something quickly. Okay. I read a lot of the material. I have to confess I didn't read everything. There was a lot. But just just wanted to say, I was really impressed with the case that you guys, or the platform that you guys created to produce the most onerous process to get anything permitted. So I just kept looking at it as like I would never even try, just based on all the roadblocks. So I commend you for that. You guys got it right from so many angles. But I was just going to say what's really kind of struck me or is standing out is the Americans with Disabilities Act, okay? This is a very, very powerful group and organization in this country that has changed the way we build our environment. And that's a big, big deal to see the actual physical effects of an active group like this that is now part of our national system. So I think you should leverage ADA as much as possible, get them behind this effort. I think this is kind of a sure shot. So that's just my comment. Thank you.
Commissioner Rodriguez, do you want to say anything?
Wow. Okay. So looking at the resolution, in this section on the whereases, as well as in the ordinance, I believe that we do really need to describe the historic character of this community, just in terms of our historic towns, our rural nature, kind of the town character, what we are. I think we need to embody that in here. I think the references on the resolution, attachment A in the first two whereases refers to small cell, but there's no definition of small cell, so we need to add that. Also on the second page, the sixth whereas also is referring to a small cell without a definition. I think the third whereas is very redundant and maybe just needs to be relooked at when it gets to the council. On the ordinance, which is attachment B, the second whereas also refers to that small cell. Looking at the ordinance exhibit A, I think this whole section about eligible facilities leads me to kind of conclude that we can't apply the CEQA determination that we're making, that what we're doing is we're allowing under the eligible facilities request essentially the future administrative approval of modifications to existing towers and base stations and the new transportation equipment and replacement of transportation equipment, but we're not addressing it in CEQA. And I think that we need to, because we're approving them. So I think we essentially need to, once we clarify what zoning districts or what existing facilities are, we need to quantify what's the potential, and then from that you are making an initial study and a determination on that. I think on page 3, Exhibit A, under modification, we should be adding the software upgrade, the software upgrade where we heard earlier this evening and we heard at the last meeting that remotely software can be downloaded and increase the productivity and operation and intensity of a facility. And so I think that should be included. On page, Exhibit A, page 4, the substantial change section, I think this is kind of an important section, and I'm not clear right now about a couple of things. One is under section V1, we address towers outside of public right-of-way, and I think we should be adding base station and for all base stations, just like we're doing under 2, which is in the public right-of-way. And I'd really like to see a lot more restriction here in terms of height increases. We say a 10%, what the draft says is a 10% of height, but I'd just like to tighten that up a little bit more, like 2 feet difference versus 10%, because if we have an existing, I just like to tighten it up a lot more, make it a lot more restrictive, and just kind of wondering how that relates to the topics that we were hearing, because I don't see here substantial change quantified in increases in decibel noise or increases in EMF or increases of light, or not, if more people are coming to the site. We're strictly dealing with physical modifications, and so I don't know if that's more appropriate under the definition of, something else. So I was kind of thinking that this approach in numbers was a little bit challenging for me.
Can I just interrupt for a moment to explain what that definition of substantial change? I think, is that what you're talking about, why it's numbers based and all of that? That is actually, that's part of the eligible facilities request kind of package that we got stuck with from the FCC. And so that's just a copy of what the FCC rule is. So there's not really an opportunity to change it because it factors into what qualifies as an eligible facilities request that the FCC and the federal law has mandated that you would have to approve.
Okay.
So I agree with you. It's awkward and it's not what someone would draft at a local level, but that's what's been foisted upon all communities under federal law.
I think on page 8, this whole section about where things are allowed and not allowed in zoning districts, I'm just not clear from our past discussion whether we can just make all of these not permitted and just allow the eligible facilities section to be permitted, because those are the existing that we're trying to get co-located or something along that line. Can we do that? I'm not clear, but I am in support of buffers for residential, schools, childcare, and so on. I don't know where the most appropriate location for that is. Exceptions is addressed in a number of sections, like on Exhibit A, page 10, and then in other locations, but it needs to all be pulled together under the exceptions section. We heard this evening about a reference to San Anselmo's exception section, so that whole section needs to be beefed up, so maybe looking at that. This order of preference and configurations, the roof mounted behind a parapet, and this order of preference location, although these are zoning districts, I don't know if this is the most appropriate area to add, not on ridge lines, out of flood zones, not affecting protected species, not impacting heritage trees, not for historic buildings 50 years old or more, and then specific areas of murals that we want to protect. I'm not clear where that should be going. Maybe this page 12, this G sign, maybe we need to reference some size limits. I agree on page 13 about the dark sky. I think number 3, noise. I forgot what I wanted there. I liked the idea of on page Exhibit A, page 15, 1904-090. Maybe. Oh no, I got that answer. There is no city roof-mounted possible, so we don't have to worry about that. I like the idea of the proof of liability insurance. Under D, poles, number 3, I'd like to reduce that if we can from 6 cubic feet to as small as possible. Page 17, there's an exception under 5 listed. That should be pulled into the exception section. Location F, number 2, I'm in support of a facility shall not be located near schools, the child care facilities, and residential properties. I think under Exhibit A, 3B, legal status should be replaced with current property owner, current owner. I think on page Exhibit A, page 24, that this is where your exception standards for San Anselmo would be added, and all those other sections would be brought in. I think Exhibit A, page 25, item G. I don't know. I think Garrett was saying that this G is really a reference to another section that just needs to be cleared up. I don't know if on Exhibit A28 we need to refer to revocation options or to the section in the code that enables us to revoke if they are not operating per original approval. Exhibit A, page 29. I don't know how these permitted uses relate to all those other zones that we were referring to earlier. And on Exhibit A, page 30, if we're referring to business license, this seems odd because you've got a code that requires business licenses, so it's redundant here. But if you're going to be redundant here, I don't know if you want to add encroachment permits and building permits. Under page 32, 19.04-200, permit exception, I'd like these reduced to the minimum number of years possible, 5, if that's reasonable. And C1, at the zoning administrator's discretion, maybe even triggering any new technology replacement if we have the option, or if there's complaints based upon this, the zoning ordinance, so complaints aren't mentioned in 2, so he should have the discretion if there's complaints to do something with it. That's it.
One thing, okay, so we've added a lot of stuff. I thank staff for adding language that includes sort of a nuisance theory in removal. I think that's a wonderful addition to the ordinance. One thing that I would like to see, several people in the audience mentioned doctors said things, and doctors are now activists, and I think it would be a great idea to have some letter from some doctor or doctors that would concur that there is this radiation. I think to put our evidence in our file to back us up is why I'm asking for this. I'd like to see this. And we've added the ADA compliance, which I asked for, thank you. And I haven't reviewed this in depth enough to make further comment, but overall, I think we're heading in the right direction here. Thank you thank you.
Okay, I'll try and make this quick. I am empathetic to the concerns expressed about not consolidating the different sections and not losing some of the protections we already have. So I do have concerns about the consolidation of the different titles. I am in favor of pretty much everything that we heard from the public based on the ordinance recommendations in terms of limiting as much as possible where these units can be located, looking almost down each of the items in this handout and either addressing, if it's already in our ordinance, but if it's not, maybe considering how we can fold some of these things in because, we've got some great information and recommendations. I agree about the Burlington model as potentially useful. I'm curious about the question that was raised about the underground mapping of the utilities. Is that something that is doable or worthwhile?
So, what the question raised of you could require undergrounding because it's an undergrounding utility district?
Well, we heard from Frank Egger about a map and getting mapping of the existing underground districts. Oh, underground districts. I misheard.
So explore, well, if there's undergrounding districts, which there are, and then the question being, because it's in the undergrounding district, the requirement would be everything would have to be underground. I guess that's the question.
Well, there are two different things, I think. One of them is item 7 on these recommendations about undergrounding and requiring undergrounding for cables and accessory equipment for facilities in the public right-of-way, taking out the if feasible language. But the other concern that I heard from Frank Egger was about getting mapping of the underground districts.
I think we know where the underground districts are. I thought the question was whether or not if it's in a district, then it has to be underground.
I thought, and maybe what we're asking for is that we would see a map of, so we would know.
Oh, you wouldn't just see where
where
the
our
districts are?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, got it.
Thank you, Commissioner Swift. I appreciate the
Sorry about that.
translating at this hour. I will forward the 5G forum information around because I think that's great, so thank you for that. I wholeheartedly agree with the concerns about fire hazards, the other hazards. View sheds and aesthetic considerations are a high priority for me. I think we're going to get potentially, further with things that are based on setbacks and specific buffers. I think endangered species is going to be a difficult buffer because of information about where endangered species are located is sometimes difficult, but I definitely think, you know, we've been looking at objective standards, and so the more objective we can make these, the better. So I do want to really look closely at some of these, you know, limitations on distances between units and away from schools, healthcare facilities, et cetera. So those are my thoughts. I think I'll just finish with that.
Sorry. One comment. I have a question for staff. I didn't notice anything in the proposed ordinance that calls for telecommunications facilities to really remain available during emergency situations, which is something I brought up at the last time I was here when we discussed this topic. And I would like to see something like that in the ordinance because of the Santa Rosa fire and what happened, et cetera. Well, if you can address that, that'd be great.
And in terms of, there is a federal law that dates from 1993 that preempted any state or local regulation of the operations in terms of like the business. So what it had the effect of is, you know, how a telephone company that is providing local service in the state of California would have to go and get a license from the California, get a certificate of public convenience and necessity from the California Public Utilities Commission. If you're a wireline telephone company, but in 1993 a law was passed, a federal law that preempted the business operation regulation at the state level. So that would be something that I think would fall kind of in that category of trying to regulate their business operations as opposed to regulating the siting of the wireless facility. So it may be subject to challenge if we put in something like that.
I think everything we do is going to be subject to challenge.
You want to put that on there?
Yeah, I mean, a lot of things we're doing here based on the, you know, the desired FCC rules and what they want to do under this administration will be subject to challenge, and that's why the medical evidence is good to have and you know, that type of thing. By the way, I want to thank you and your law firm for doing the appeals. That's a great thing you're doing. Helping.
Thank you for supporting.
It's helping us a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. I just have a couple of additional comments. I think that I'm in agreement with a lot of the recommended changes. For instance, the light poles. I would not like to see equipment installed on our historic light poles. And the ordinance in some cases says they cannot be installed, and in some cases seems to say they can be. So I may just be confused, but if you could take a look at that. In terms of public process, I'm unclear about whether those would be administratively approved or if there is a public review process or a notice process. If you could look into that. The ADA language, I know we have included a lot of ADA language. I'm not sure specifically what it is that they're requesting be different, but I know we did revise and include some ADA language. I'm confused about the heights of poles. There's a lot of different types of poles, and I'm not clear what type of pole can have what height, and there are heights that are like 5 to 10 feet above a pole, and I'm not sure which poles those refer to. I'd like to know, is that a telephone pole? Is it a light pole? What is that pole? I agree with residential buffers. I think we had bumped it up to 600, and now they're
recommending 1,000 feet from schools and childcare centers, and I know there are engineering and seismic assessments that are required in our ordinance. I'm not certain how that's different from the this evening's recommendations are suggesting. Setbacks and antenna intervals. Liability insurance, I think, is a good idea, and those are my only comments right now. Esther, did you?
No, I think I already kind of commented on the ADA, that I think that should be I think a bigger focus. But on the monitoring, I think are we at 3 times? I'm not sure. I guess that's a question. Can we increase the monitoring or the certification, the annual versus annual?
Do more than annual certification. That's a question. That's a question.
Yeah, I guess that's a question, yeah.
So you're talking about the RF compliance certification?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
So this is an area that there is obviously the basic federal law that says you can't regulate based on, make citing decisions based on RF emissions if they're meeting the FCC standards. So there is very little case law in California on what you can do in terms of conditions. There's one case in the lateness of the hour, the name is escaping it. I think City of Calabasas had a case where they tried to put in some requirements that were kind of ongoing sort of monitoring that were more rigorous. And in that case, the applicant challenged those in court and was successful in having it removed because in that instance, they thought that what the local government was trying to do went too far in trying to enforce. And so it's a kind of a balancing act of trying to figure out, one thing is when they submit an application and they, based on modeling, are telling you in a report that they're going to meet the standards, right? So it's very common, like, to ask as a condition of approval that you get a report when they're operational that confirms the modeling that they did in theory is actually true in the field, right? And then it's a question of how often could you ask for potentially confirmation that it continues to be operating in compliance. And so there's that one case that where a city kind of went too far and was like, the court thought that they were just like over-regulating, trying to actually take over the FCC's role. So there's not a clear answer, but I know that the FCC has issued some non-compliance orders, doing some inspections based on complaints. Verizon was fined and told to have a compliance plan for rooftop installations, and under that plan that was ordered by the FCC, they introduced a compliance program where they're testing at least annually. So I think that I would think that's a basis for saying that at least an annual test would seem like a reasonable confirmation. They're supposed to be doing that anyway, so it would be, provide us a copy of your annual test or something to that effect, I think would be safe ground. Going beyond that is where it's a little more of a gray area.
Okay. I'm also kind of in agreement that it might be easier to, or I don't know, cleaner to do a title, the new Title 24. I'm sorry, I'm sorry, Title 20. I'm mixing up. Yeah, no, to not consolidate and to do a new Title 20. Sorry. I'm just kind of leaning toward that, but that's about it.
Can I just make one comment about that, just to explain sort of what was the rationale behind the consolidation? And that was because with, the new Title 20 is not limited to a particular type of wireless facility, so there is a lot of overlap. They're both on the books would be potentially what you'd have to apply for. So I think if you do want to keep two titles, then there should be some separation in terms of the topic area. So some cities do one title that is for facilities outside of the public right-of-way and another for what's inside the public right-of-way. That is not how these are structured right now. These are both covering, well, I'm not sure about the old title, but the new title is covering both in the public right-of-way and outside the public right-of-way. The old title is covering at least outside the public right-of-way because it's an old one. It was, you know, developed at a time when that's the only kind of installations you were really thinking about. So there would be some potential for confusion on which title to apply under or which one applies for some applications if you leave it exactly as it is now.
But I think also our existing title, as you said, was old and needed to be revised anyway. So if we did that revision and then added this into one, that would be better. Otherwise, we'd still have to go back and revise the old one, correct?
Well, what we did when we looked at the consolidation was to do the update. So to take what could still stand from the old one, put it in with the new one. We started with the new one as the base because that one already had a lot of the updated language that you'd need for the changes in law that have happened since the last time the other was. So we just did a review to see what was missing or that you could bring in. So if there were particular things that people feel we missed, then I think that's the most efficient way to make sure, you know, to make people comfortable with the consolidation. But there is a potential for some confusion if you leave both. And I just wanted to point that out. I'm not directing you about what to do. I just think it's my duty to tell you that it can end up creating some confusion if you leave them both on the books.
I think from my perspective, the concern that was raised by members of the public that were commenting was to make sure we're not losing stuff that we have long had protection for in the existing.
Right, and that's what we did. We did do a review to try to capture all of that. So maybe we missed something, but I'm not sure what we. I feel like we caught the things that we could.
Okay.
That was what our attempt was.
All right, thank you.
Maybe, really quick. So we did try, the attorneys did put together a comparison table to say what part of old 19 is in the new 19. I can't find the red line. I do know there are two sections from the old 19 that we brought over into the new 19, and I forget what it was regarding landscaping or something like that. But we did do that. But what would be helpful is no one's ever said to us, this section of old 19 we really like and we don't think it's in the new 19. That's the hard part because we think we're covering everything bringing in, but we don't have specifics. That in Title 13, I don't think the new 19 impacts Title 13 telecommunications. That seems to deal with franchises and actually the creation of MTA. So I don't think we do anything to affect that. And smart meters is in a different section of the code. So that's kind of the background to add what Gail said.
Just one thought, and several people brought this up, and I mentioned it last time I was here with this issue. Have we looked at the San Anselmo ordinances? Because several people have mentioned that they're sort of more restrictive, and the purpose of doing this is, if we are less restrictive than San Anselmo, then a telecommunications installer will say, well, let's go to Fairfax first. And, you know, San Anselmo is more restrictive. So, because it's the same kind of geographical location for them. So I'm asking whether that was looked at, taken into consideration.
So as I understand it, and this is me, we modeled ours after Mill Valley. Mill Valley included a portion of Petaluma's. That, when you look at it on those tables, I believe is more restrictive than San Anselmo's is currently provided, with the exception of the San Anselmo Council get instruction to their staff to make more things. As I understand what people are saying, they like the nature of San Anselmo, some of their whereases in discussion as they talk to, call it, health issues, environmental issues. So we don't have that level. I also understand people maybe like the exceptions category, so we could take a look at that. But when we looked at San Anselmo's, I recall we looked at the base things, which were more of where are these things allowed and not allowed. And we opted for Mill Valleys because that's what some people recommended. So it's not allowed in residential areas, limited commercial areas, and we took the Petaluma model, which put a minimal distance between the cell facilities. And so if you look at it that way, I believe ours, as of now, has more restrictions than San Anselmo, with the exception of that language related to health, environmental, and maybe the exceptions. There could be some other things. But the reality is there's so many ordinances out there, and I mean, Gail knows better than me, and taking Mill Valley, looking at that, and we did some changes, you try to consolidate. But when you're talking something that's 30 pages, it's really hard to try to figure out what of your current thing is covered, what's not covered, what's in another one, what's in this one. I mean, I'm not an expert, but I had to read through Petaluma's, San Anselmo's, Mill Valley's, just to get an idea. And it's not easy for them, the public, it's not easy for us. It's definitely not easy for you, because there's just so much information. I mean, you could spend years, I think, well, maybe not that long, but we could definitely spend a lot longer time. And so I think we're kind of at the point where I think we know all your comments. What we could do is we'll wrap it all into package, take it to council, and then I don't know if we're done with the discussion, but I think we need some type of action from the planning commission so we could take something to the council. And my suggestion would be that you adopt the ordinance with the recommendation that before the council actually adopts it, that they consider all the comments from the planning commission, they consider all the comments from the planning commission before adopting the ordinance. And that would fall into our game plan, and we go in January with all your comments and ask the council to direct us what to incorporate, and then we would come back with the ordinance to the council in February.
Do any of the commissioners want to respond to our town manager's recommendation?
So the question I had, and perhaps we're doing this because we're in a time crunch, but we would not see what you've packaged up from our recommendations other than when it gets sent out as a package for the agenda for the council, correct?
That's correct, although I will say, I think at the staff level, there could be some situations where we may have to speak to individual commissioners to be sure that we understood exactly what they were saying, because we all have notes, and it wasn't particularly clear to me on some things if we got it right.
Well, and of course, the town council will be having a public hearing as well, so there'll be more chance for public to comment.
I don't know. I don't necessarily feel comfortable with passing an ordinance that we've all made comments on in terms of feeling like it needs to be improved upon before it goes to the council. At the same time, I appreciate the need for speed here. So anybody else want to weigh in?
Well, can we just, and that's my concern, is we're not going to see what you're providing to them. So it would seem the only thing we could do is go with our ordinance saying that it's going to include all of our recommendations?
So maybe a suggestion, we're not going to take anything to the council in January. We could bring back a summary of all your comments, but we could bring back a summary of your comments. You could adjust them appropriate, but it'd probably be helpful not to add a bunch more comments after that, because then it'd be like having another meeting on the same topic.
We'd never do that.
Okay. I have
So
your
bringing them
promise.
back to the next meeting so that we
Not the
can-
ordinance, just your comments.
And then we would, at that time, do the ordinance,
Well,
right?
sure, you could. I guess, all right, I guess maybe I'm making it more confusing. I think.
Can I interrupt you, Garrett?
Sure.
So my concern right now is the state of the ordinance that we have in the staff report right now, which I don't know how the other commissioners feel, but I personally would like to see a couple changes and things tightened up. Are other people thinking that, I mean, you know, I heard from Commissioner Rodriguez about some very specific comments and recommendations, and given that you might want to talk to some people, I guess I don't understand why you wouldn't come back with a revised ordinance based on these comments that we would then potentially be able to move forward. Excuse me, I'm just trying to get my words out and then finish this meeting in a reasonable hour. So is that something that you think would work, or what's the reason? Why are you shaking your head no?
Yeah.
Can I get on the mic?
We have a week and a half until the next packet has to be
Okay.
prepared, and that's not very.
So so maybe I should restate what our rationale is. Our rationale would be the council originally adopted an ordinance, and then we basically took that ordinance, made some adjustments to it, and then brought it to the planning commission. So in our mind, it makes sense the council should decide what changes to be made, but it made perfect sense in order to get something to the council in January that the planning commission just share its broad recommendations as to council, we think you should consider changes to this, like recertification, some other things, underground, everything, and as the council, that would also give staff and legal counsel some time to be able to evaluate and vet some of those things. I think, as legal counsel has indicated, some things are required by the FCC by law, so you can't put that in there. Now, I understand there's an argument of, well, we're challenging them on everything, so what's the difference of adding something? But that being said, that's really a council decision, we believe, as opposed to a planning commission. But we also understand it'd be completely fair for the planning commission to say to the council, you really should consider this, and this, and that's what we're trying to do. And then that gives us time from council direction just to have maybe one go through of revising the ordinance that's 30 pages, and then the council could then approve it. So that's the rationale, but I think it's fair for us to bring back, packaging up your comments, we could bring that back in December, and then you can clarify if we got your comments right.
Yeah, thank you for that too. So would it be possible for staff to cull together the comments that various of us have made tonight and in like, I don't know, some kind of format so that it can all be reviewed, and maybe some legal comments on, you know, what is possible here and what is not because of the law? I was going to just make a motion to recommend a town council review our comments in drafting a final ordinance. That was going to be kind of my suggested motion.
But I guess, you know, to Mimi's point, when you look at the resolution we have before us for us to vote on, you know, item 2 says the Planning Commission has reviewed the draft ordinance attached hereto as attachment 1 and finds that it's consistent with the town general plan as set forth above. So you know, I don't think that's a true representation of, you know, our comments or, you know, what we've gone through tonight. So I would rather see something back at the next meeting, perhaps with a different resolution that says, you know, whatever that is, we want to incorporate it
One thought
in the
is,
ordinance.
even though there's obviously a large breadth of comments from commission members on this ordinance, we could bring back to the Planning Commission some sort of consolidation of your comments. So wherever we see these areas of agreement and consensus and things like that, much as we've done with the cannabis regulations, we wouldn't necessarily be trying to change the regulations, but simply saying, in this area, we would like to see, for example, the Burlington comments dealing with recertification. That's a consensus item. So that we would have that information, and we would just basically look through that and see where we had those consensus items, and then try to track all those comments. So you'd still have the prior ordinance, but you would have a very good summary to present to the town council for their meeting.
Right, and things like definitions for small cell, I mean, we need to, you know, that needs to be, those are kind of basic things.
Right.
So maybe we can take the basic things and put them in one section, and then other comments or something in another with legal, you know, backing. I don't know.
Our biggest challenge is timing at this point.
So, do we have consensus among the commission that we would like to see this at our December meeting, if only to review a consolidation of our comments and potentially a revised ordinance that reflects what we're sending to the council?
So maybe,
Could I first ask what we have on our calendar for the December meeting?
Funny you should ask. Obviously, another discussion of cannabis. We have 2 projects, and we could either do the tree training in December, or tree review training in December, or prior to, or at the beginning of the January meeting. So we would probably kick
Let's
that. But
bump the
that's
tree training.
when the Planning Commission will be taking over responsibility for evaluating tree removal requests, tree alteration removal requests.
Bump it.
Okay. Okay.
Bump it. Actually, I'm comfortable with staff's recommendation that, not that we're approving the ordinance, the resolution, the ordinance, but that with regard to the ordinance, we've provided a variety of policy issues that we want incorporated, as you said, and I think it worked well when you show there's a consensus on this, there's a consensus on that, and then I understand legal counsel needs to look at that and determine if what the community's requested, what we're requesting holds legal muster, and then come up with that language. So that won't be us to come up with that language, and it is council who makes those final decisions with our recommendations.
So I propose one option that would be you're recommending adoption of this ordinance, but you're recommending to the council they consider all the Planning Commission comments before they actually adopt the ordinance, and that's how it works in the January and the ordinance in February. Your other option would be, and I'm not pushing this option, but your other option could be staff, continue this matter to our December meeting so we don't need to renotice it. We'll come back to you with, in essence, the same type of recommendation we just said, except it'd be modified in the resolution, and then you'd have all your comments that are consolidated. Hopefully, although it's a pretty short turnaround, consolidate all your comments as to what you'd like the council to consider in ordinance modifications. I think those are your, yeah, those are your two choices, because in order to get something in front of the council, there needs to be some type of recommendation relating to the ordinance, whether it's acceptance or denial, something. It's got to be something.
A question for the commissioners. Do we have major disagreements with the ordinance other than the comments we have made? I think Commissioner Rodriguez had a few more substantive. Are we saying we want to throw out this ordinance, or are we saying we want to strengthen it with, we think we want to strengthen it with some of the comments that we've made?
I would like to see it come back at our December meeting with the comments, and then with a revised resolution addressing that. I mean, that's my...
Yeah, I mean, the real concern we have here, of course, is the January 19th deadline. Is that today, 19th? So this is the problem. This is the issue. And I think we're better off passing the ordinance we even have rather than not meeting the deadline is one of the problems.
Okay, our hearing has been closed. I appreciate you guys being here, but I'm going to need to have order. I don't know if we've got, does anybody want to make a motion and see where it goes?
Can I just make one comment about, so just to clarify the date that I mentioned before, that it's January 14th, and that's when the FCC order goes into effect unless it's stayed. You have right now the urgency ordinance on your books, so that until it's replaced is your protection. That was, I think, why there was an urgency ordinance passed. So you're not without any standards. It's really a matter of replacing it with the final ordinance.
Would like to, and I'm not sure of the language on this one, Garrett, but I would like to make a motion that we carry this over, continue this to our December meeting with a revised Planning Commission resolution, and then the consolidation of our comments.
I'd like to amend that motion that the comments be provided, but with legal response to what can actually be modified based upon your legal opinion. It doesn't mean we have to change what we're recommending, but we want to know what we're in conflict with.
Yeah, I agree with that, actually.
Is there a second?
Second.
And I'm sorry, did the commissioner who made the motion agree to the amendment?
To the friendly amendment? Sure.
Okay, so you guys heard that, huh?
Yeah, so it's a tight turnaround. By the time we consolidate things, there may not be a lot of time for legal counsel to, it might have to be at the meeting where they offer comments. Is that okay? Okay.
All in favor? Any opposed? We've got one abstention from Commissioner Gonzalez-Parber, and everybody else is in agreement and in favor of that approach, the motion as amended. So I don't think we have any other items to go over, right? We've got an agenda here, and that's pretty much it. Right? I think I'm adjourning my meeting unless there's any other statements that anybody wants to make.
One quick comment to note is if we are making recommendations on ordinances, it's important to have five of the planning commissioners here. So when we checked, the only one who definitely couldn't make it was Commissioner Green. So yes.
So are you asking if we're all available on December 20th? Is that what I hear you asking?
More or less, yes. You previously, when we previously requested, yes.
December 20th?
Yes, please show up.
No, I actually won't be available December 20th.
Right.
I just remembered, that's my, yeah.
Yeah, no, you said you
okay.
couldn't make it, so.
Right.
And we're hoping that Commissioner Curling is back on board at that time. But I'm just pointing out that in
But you
order-
need at least 5 people.
We need at least 5 people.
So
And you've all previously
all the rest of
indicated-
us should be here.
Correct.
And I thought I heard Commissioner Furiosa move to adjourn.
Yes.
And Commissioner Swift is second. All in favor? Aye. We're unanimous on that one. Thank you, everybody.